Hello, everyone. Before we begin, a few announcements to make. In the effort towards language justice, we will be having folks doing live interpretation tonight. So we have the languages of Spanish, Korean, Cantonese, Tagalog, and Armenian with us. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Maya to do a quick, brief introduction in Spanish. Maya, are you here with us?
Hi, sorry, I'm so sorry. Muy buenas noches, muchísimo gusto a todos aquí presentes el día de hoy. Tenemos interpretación en español a su disposición, así que por favor, si ustedes pueden oprimir el botón que está en la parte inferior de su pantalla y de esta forma ustedes eligen su idioma. En el caso de los hispanoparlantes, ustedes eligen el idioma de español. ¿De acuerdo? Obviamente, para quienes desean los subtítulos, pueden seleccionar la letra CC, pero de nuevo, hispanoparlantes, seleccionen del globo terráqueo español. ¿De acuerdo? Gracias.
Thank you so much, Maya. And then Kathy.
안녕하십니까. 공청회에 참석해 주셔서 감사합니다. 본 공청회는 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어 통역이 필요하신 분은 줌 화면 하단에 있는 지구본 아이콘을 누르시고 한국어를 선택해 주십시오. 감사합니다. Ariana.
Thank you. And then can I have Jane?
大家晚上好，多謝晒你哋參加今晚我哋嘅會議。咁如果你哋要聽廣東話嘅話，唔該咧，你哋就將我哋嘅呢個地球儀選擇廣東話嘅呢個選擇。地球儀下邊咧，廣東話嘅翻譯請選擇英文標誌 CA 就係廣東話啦。多謝晒你哋。
Thank you. And then Jeanette.
Magandang gabi po. Ako ay si Jeanette, ang tagasalin ninyo sa Tagalog. Kung kailangan ninyo ng pagsalin, pakiclick ang botones na mukhang mundo sa ibaba ng Zoom screen at pakipili ang Tagalog. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. And then Hasmik.
Բարև ձեզ, բարի երեկո, այս լսումը, հանրային լսումը հայերեն լեզվով լսելու համար խնդրում եմ նայեք ձեր էկրանի ներքևում գտնվող գլոբուսի նշանը եւ ընտրեք հայերեն լեզուն։ Նման ժամանակ դա անելով դուք կլսեք հայերեն թարգմանությունը համաժամանակ։
Thank you. And with that, very shortly, the Zoom interpretation button will now be at the bottom of the screen. And with that, I also want to make a reminder that we will have closed captioning tonight. So if you'd like to see this in real time, please go to the bottom and click the closed captioning icon. And with that, I'm going to hand it to Chair Ali to begin.
Thank you, Ariana, and thank you. I want to thank our interpreters for their great work and great service throughout this process. So thank you again for joining us tonight. So can we please take the roll call, please?
Chair Ali.
I'm here.
Vice Chair Diaz.
Here.
Vice Chair Hyun.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Present.
Commissioner Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Braymond.
Present.
Commissioner Brenes. Commissioner Kanya.
Present.
Present.
Sorry, present. Brenes is present.
Kanya is present as well.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
Here.
Commissioner Friedberg.
Present.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Here.
Commissioner Katz.
Here.
Commissioner Lay.
Present.
Commissioner Minato.
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Here.
Commissioner Membreño.
Here.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes. Here.
Commissioner Polanco.
Here.
Commissioner Pritchard. Commissioner Shaw.
Here.
And Commissioner Torres.
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you very, very much. And I forgot to say welcome to everyone. Welcome to the commissioners. Welcome to the members of the public who are joining us tonight. And again, I want to thank staff for really a tough job, and you're doing it so well. So thank you for that. So can we now ask for disclosures of ex parte communication? And this is communications that may have occurred since our last meeting on Saturday. So Commissioner Anderson, I see your hand up.
Today at 4:30, I spoke with Fernando from CD10 to go over the agenda and outreach efforts for today's meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Berman.
Yes, today about 1 o'clock, I spoke with Mary Hodge with the mayor's office just to give her my perspective on Saturday's meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Berman. Commissioner Shaw.
Today at 4:35, I spoke to Solomon Rivera about the changes on the board, on the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaw. And Commissioner Brennis.
Yes, on Saturday, after our meeting at about 6 p.m., I spoke briefly with Mary Hodge from the mayor's office, the deputy chief of staff, debriefing on the discussion from Saturday.
Thank you, Commissioner Brennis. Commissioner Barrett.
Yes, today at 3:30 p.m. There was an email exchange with me and Jeremy Oberstein, Chief of Staff for LA City Controller Ron Galperin, in my effort to connect him with Commissioner Diaz around a request for data underlying the equity index.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Friedberg.
Yes, today, shortly afternoon, I had a meeting with senior staff at Council District 13 about process and just some updates.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedberg. Commissioner Goldberg.
On Saturday evening around 8 o'clock, I got a phone call from Council District 4's councilwoman, and she just wanted an update. And then today at about 2 o'clock or 2:30, I met with some of CD4 staff. Again, just an update and to talk to them about what issues were left to be discussed.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldberg. Commissioner Diaz.
Today, October 18th, 2021, I emailed Commissioner Barrett asking for data requests as it related to rent burden in the city and college degrees in the city by city council districts. Commissioner Barrett then emailed me with a data person who is now the chief of staff, as I understand from her disclosure, from Mr. Galperin's office. And that would have been around, I guess I responded again around 4:30 p.m. again, requesting data in map form and requesting a mean and an average for each city council district.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Polanco.
Yes, today at 5:09, I had conversation with Debbie Kim, Chief of Staff to the Councilman District 1. Gave them an update and how the process will proceed going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Polanco. And I do not see any other disclosures. Commissioner Polanco, did you have another disclosure? Okay. Okay, so I think that ends our disclosures. So can we now read the first agenda item into the record, please? Oh, Commissioner Mitchell, did you have a disclosure? Okay.
Minato has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Minato.
Yeah, this is more of a procedural question. Could I just, I had requested some information and I just wanted to see what the update is on that. I wanted to get homeowners information in alongside the renter information. And then there are other couple points I just wanted, if this is not the appropriate time, of course, tell me, but I just would like to say a few things like that.
Can we take that up, Commissioner, when we get to the, when we get to the mapping discussion?
Okay, and then there's another that's not specific around mapping. And it's around more like getting questions answered during this procedure. Should I just say it right now, quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so in the last setting, and I'm sort of at a somewhat of a disadvantage because I've come in later, but I think that there was one specific instance last time where one of the commissioners wasn't sure what was happening procedurally, I think, and wasn't sure on the question and then had to abstain. And I would like to know if it's possible for the chair to, or someone who could answer the question, to be able to answer the question so that we don't have to abstain just because we got lost in the discussion.
Sure, I don't see that as a problem. We've been trying as best we can when there's a motion on the floor to make sure to explain the motion. At times, at times we've gone back and asked for the motion to be re-explained. So we will certainly try to provide as much information as we can in clarity. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I'll save my other things for when we get to the mapping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, can we read the first agenda item into the record, please?
Item number 1, discussion and possible action regarding commission draft map, including but not limited to providing direction to staff to prepare and present modifications to the commission draft map for future commission consideration.
So thank you. So again, in a minute, we're going to open up the meeting for a presentation from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, brief presentation. We also have presentations from, I believe, a couple neighborhood councils who have submitted impact statements or resolutions. And then following that, we're going to open up for public testimony for 45 minutes tonight. Again, I wish I could extend more time for the public testimony, but we are really at a point in our process that the commission needs to spend as much time possible trying to finalize a map. So I hope members of the public will understand this balance that we're trying to reach. Again, our recommendation, our final report has got to go to the council by October 29th. So the purpose of today's meeting, as I think everyone knows, is to further consider map plan K25 as amended. Looking ahead, the commission has another meeting scheduled for tomorrow, October 19th. And on October 21st, Thursday of this week, we are scheduled to approve the final map for submission to the city council. So prior to opening up for neighborhood council testimony and general testimony, I want to now recognize Pastor William Smart Jr. from the Southern Christian Leadership Council, who is asked to speak. As we have done in past meetings, we have attempted to make space for civil rights organizations who have long engaged in the redistricting process, and certainly the Southern Christian Leadership Council represents one of those organizations. So Pastor Smart, I want to welcome you. I want to thank you for your ongoing interest. We've heard your voice a number of times during our meeting, and I know you have a more formal presentation scheduled for tonight. You'll have 10 minutes. So welcome, Pastor Smart. And please following the meeting, continue to pray for us.
Yes, I definitely will. Thank you, Chairman Ali, and to this distinguished commission. It's my honor to be here with you. I've been on so many of the meetings. I feel like I'm a part of it. And that's why we thought it was important that SCLC of Southern California, our voice be heard, and we give some input in this process. If you could put up the first slide for me, thank you. And that's the next one, please. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Next slide, please. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference was founded here in Los Angeles in 1964, and it was following the dreams of Dr. Martin Luther King. And as you know, he founded the organization in 1957. But here, Thomas Kilgore and Mayor Douglas Dollarhide were the founders along with him. SCLC, through the work of Dr. King, really believes that voting rights is so important that, first of all, he believed that you have to register people to vote. The second thing is you have to allow people and get people to participate in the census. Third thing was that redistricting for power. And that's why we felt that was very important that SCLC works in this process. We believe that the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Section 2 and Section 5, we take them very seriously. We organized 3 community forums centering around LA City, the redistricting plans, and worked with 10 community organizations for them to develop some maps that they also were able to submit during this process. And so next page. So our initial map was very close to K2.5. And one of the things we're focusing in, because in voting, we really believe that African Americans in Los Angeles should have voting power. So we focused on the 3 districts, 8, 9, and 10, because we thought we know that that's real important. So this was the map we've come up with. Next page, change it, please. And then this is with the council, with the neighborhood councils and their boundaries in it. Next one, please. And so we, back in this map 10 we kept Koreatown whole with Beverly Boulevard as a northern boundary. It contains whole neighborhood councils, splitting the Pico neighborhood council to keep the Jewish community together in an adjacent district, and continuing the split of the Empowerment Congress West, and to keep Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza in CD8, similar to the current configuration. This map keeps Little Ethiopia and Little Bangladesh whole in Council District 10. Economic assets include Koreatown, the Expo line, the Crenshaw Corridor, Lemert Park, the Crenshaw line, and the future Crenshaw North line. Northern boundaries, Beverly Boulevard, southern boundary, Vernon Avenue East, boundary, Normandy Avenue to Western Avenue to Arlington Avenue, and then the west boundary is La Cienega. And the CVAP is 33.05 Black in this district. Thank you. Next slide, please. This was our slide for, this is the 10th district, and go to the next one. That's the boundaries, and this is the neighborhood council one. Next one, please. No, next one, where I can speak. Thank you. This one keeps all the core areas of Council District 8, including the Baldwin Hills, Hyde Park, Gramercy Park, and Broadway, Manchester. It adds the Westchester Triangle to CD8. It adds the entire Crenshaw Mall to CD8. The economic assets include Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza, the Expo line, the $1.7 billion Crenshaw LAX line, and the $100 million Destination Crenshaw project. On the northern boundaries here is the 10 freeway. Southern boundaries is the city boundary and Imperial Highway. The east boundary is Vermont Avenue, the Normandy Avenue, the 110 freeway, and the city boundary. And the west boundary is the 405. And the Black CVAP here stays above 50% at 50.94. Next map, please. And this is a 9th. And next map, please. And those are with the council districts, how they move through. Next map, please. And so it keeps the same neighborhood councils whole in the district while keeping portions of Empowerment Congress North and Empowerment Congress Southeast. CD9 has the highest level of poverty and the lowest income levels in the entire city, including some of the highest poverty census tracts in the state of California. Only district that truly needs economic assets is this district. It keeps Vermont Slauson whole in the district. It maintains economic assets, USC, Expo Park, in the Convention Center, LA Live, Staples Center, and CD9. It maintains continuity with the USC specific plan as being implemented. The Lucas Museum is being constructed and the Convention Center is being rehabilitated. The northern boundary is Washington Boulevard and LA Live. The south boundary is Florence Avenue West of the 110 freeway and 90th Street East of the 110. East boundary is the city boundary, west boundary, Normandy Avenue and Vermont Avenue. The Black CVAP is 25.01. It maintains CD9 as a Latino majority district at over 60% CVAP, okay? So that's, that's what we wanted to present. That's the way that many of the partners we worked with, we came up with this, and that's, thank you for this opportunity to present it.
Pastor Smart, thank you very, very much for joining us today. Thank you for the thoughtful presentation, and appreciate your ongoing interest in this process. So thanks much.
Thank you.
So with that, I think prior to going to the open public testimony, I think, Ariana, I think we may, Rob, we may have some specific testimony from neighborhood councils who have submitted community impact or resolutions to the city clerk.
Yes, Chair Ali, thank you. This evening we have representatives from the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council, as well as the Woodland Hills Warner Center Neighborhood Council that have submitted their CIS statements. If you would like to submit, if you'd like to speak on behalf of your neighborhood council and submit a community impact statement, please make sure to file one with the city clerk's portal. And then they'll direct you to our council file, which is 20-0668. Once again, council file 20-0668. File with the county clerk's office, your CIS statement, and you'll be able to speak at our next upcoming meetings. So right now, we would like to call on our representatives from the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council.
Rob, let's begin. Oh, let's begin with Heath Klein from, yes, exactly. Thank you.
All right, so the Woodland Hills Warner Center Neighborhood Council, you all have up to 2 minutes to give your comment once you unmute yourself. All right, can we?
Good evening.
There you are.
My name is Heath Klein, and I'm speaking this evening on behalf of the Woodland Hills Warner Center Neighborhood Council. And I'm also speaking on behalf of the many homeowners organizations, business organizations, renters groups that you've heard from not only in my neighborhood of Woodland Hills, but our adjoining communities of interest. And what I want to pass on to the commission, of course, is that our neighborhood council rejects map K 2.5 and its amendments as it's been working its way through the commission the last week, and wholeheartedly lends its support to stakeholder map 57666. That map was submitted before the deadline for submissions of stakeholder maps. So you can certainly look at it. I respect the commission's thing of not displaying maps on the screen because it might appear that you're considering it or something. It doesn't matter. You all have received this map from countless organizations. So you have many copies of it. Take a look at it because it addresses all the concerns that you're trying to do, keeping communities of interest together, having diverse neighborhoods. We don't need to be divided as a neighborhood council. No neighborhood council needs to be divided under that map. That map shows you how to meet all your objectives and keep local communities together. We don't need to be associated with communities 18 miles away from us. We need to be associated with our neighbors where we attend the same schools, churches, and play on the same park fields. please keep us together. Commissioner Torres spoke to it Saturday. The eloquent stakeholder letter that was read into the record covers it. Please keep us together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment from the with the Woodland Hills Warner Center Neighborhood Council. Next up, I do believe we're going to hear from the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council. Your representative, Mary Ann King, go ahead and unmute themselves and you'll have up to 2 minutes to give your statement.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. This is to formally, I finally got the CIS statement in to you directly instead of City Council. So I'm just going to reiterate what I said on October 13th, that the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council voted unanimously to support draft map K-2.5. And our main concerns was that the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council boundary stays in CD12, stays intact, and the same thing with the Chatsworth Nature Preserve. I'm very, very concerned about this stakeholder map that's being discussed that has not been publicly reviewed. That is what Mr. Klein failed to mention, is taking the whole Chatsworth Nature Preserve out of CD12 and putting it into CD3. There's absolutely no reason to do that. That has nothing to do with community of interest here. The community of interest is that Chatsworth community fought for 30 years to have that be a nature preserve, and it's been in CD12 since 1972, and there's no people living there, and there's no reason for it to go to CD3. So whatever you do, whether you accept the stakeholder map or not, Chatsworth Preserve needs to stay in CD12. Thank you so much for your time and your hard work. I listened all day Saturday to you. It's amazing what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, Speaker. Chair Ali, I do believe that was the last of the neighborhood councils to speak.
Thank you, and I want to thank both neighborhood councils for their testimony tonight. I want to just note for the record that the last map that was received prior to the October 1st deadline.
It seems that we have one of the translators that is accidentally translating on the English channel. So if you could please, for the Spanish translation, make sure that you're on the Spanish channel. Thank you so much.
So I will continue. I just want to note for the record before we go to general public testimony that, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong because I want to be accurate about this, but the last public map that we received prior to the October 1st deadline was map number 57343. Ariana, can you verify that for me?
I'm making sure that for some reason, the Spanish is happening on the English channel, and I'm not quite sure what's happening. So I'm just going to mute them really fast.
Let's go back. We can answer that later. I don't want to hold up the public testimony.
Thank you.
But I want to be accurate about that in fairness to the process. So Rob, can we now open up for a general public testimony? And as I said again, we're going to limit it to 45 minutes given the work that the commission needs to do.
Okay, Chair Ali. In conformity with state law AB 361 and due to concerns over COVID-19, the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission meetings will be conducted entirely virtually and telephonically. Members of the public who would like to offer public comment via Zoom webinar on the items listed on the agenda this evening can click the raised hand function on your screen and request to join the speakers list. Members of the public who would like to offer public comment on the item listed on the agenda this evening should press *9 to join the speakers list. And if you would like to submit your public testimony directly to the staff, you can email us at redistricting.lacity@lacity.org. Once again, that's redistricting.lacity@lacity.org. I'd now like to introduce Harit Trivedi from the City Attorney's Office. Harit.
Thank you, Rob. To members of the public calling in to provide comment to the commission, when it's your turn to speak, we'll announce your name, identifying information, or the last 3 digits of your phone number. When we announce your name, identifying information, or phone number, you're live in the meeting, so please unmute yourself and begin to speak. You'll have 1 minute to provide your public comment tonight per person, plus additional time to translate comments by non-English speakers. we'll let you know when your time is up and we have to move on to the next speaker. Now, we understand you might be listening to the broadcast on the meeting on the internet or another device. Because there's a time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, please keep one ear on your phone so that you can hear when we announce your name or number or identifying information, and so that you can immediately unmute yourself. Otherwise, we might think you're no longer on the phone or online and move on to the next speaker. Also, if you're listening to the broadcast on the internet or another device, please immediately turn down the volume of the broadcast on that device to avoid feedback and confusion because of the time delay. When speaking on the agenda item tonight, you must be on topic. If you're not speaking on the agenda item, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on the agenda item, you'll get a brief warning from me, the chair or the executive director. And if you do not immediately return to speaking on topic, we'll be forced to go on to the next speaker. Finally, I'd like to warn you, commissioners and members of the public, that some members of the public may choose to use modes of expression that are offensive or vulgar, including the use of racial epithets. Some of that content is First Amendment protected speech, and there's little that we can do but hear it. But for members of the public, you can turn down the volume of the broadcast if you do not wish to listen to any offensive or vulgar language. With that, I'll pass it back to the chair.
Thank you, Hareed. And Rob, let's open up now for general public comment.
All right, thank you, Chair Ali. We did want to start off before we got into direct public comment. The commission received a very special request from Clinica Romero. They wanted us to allow their hospital-bound patients to have an opportunity to participate in this process. They are very much affected by redistricting decisions, and we wanted to assist in bridging some of the barriers that their patients are experiencing. So we actually would like to start off public comment by asking the folks at the Clinica Romero to unmute yourself. And we would like to give their some of their patients an opportunity to give their public testimony. You will all be allowed to give up to 1 minute. And we'd like for you to introduce yourself so we know who we're hearing from. All right, so right now we are hearing from.
Buenas noches, me llamo Vicenta Pérez Méndez. He sido paciente de la Clínica Romero, que está en el distrito 13 por 20 años. Yo quiero que la Clínica Romero se quede en el distrito 13 porque las condiciones son mejores en términos de la ayuda que aporta la comunidad con la oficina de Osfague. Yo exijo que la Clínica Romero no sea quitada del distrito 13. Sería una pérdida para mí y miles de pacientes que son del distrito 13. No desgarren a nuestra comunidad, mantengámonos unidos con el 13. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are hearing now from patients at the Clinica Romero, and our next speaker will be able to introduce themselves, and you'll also have up to 1 minute.
Muy buenas noches. Muy buenas. Muy buenas noches. Me llamo Nancy Carrasco. He sido paciente de la Clínica Romero por 17 años. Vivo en el distrito 13 del concejal Misco Ferro y vivo en Ecopare por 3 años. Yo quiero que la Clínica Romero se quede en el distrito 13 porque necesitamos que la Clínica Romero siga ayudándonos a nuestra comunidad. En conjunto con la oficina del distrito 13 me ha ayudado mucho todo el trabajo que han hecho juntos para ayudarnos mediante esta pandemia, como distribución de comida, vacunación, pruebas de COVID y otros recursos vitales. Yo a la comunidad exigimos que no quebremos a nuestra comunidad y que sigamos siendo parte del distrito 13, con la Clínica Romero incluido. Muchas gracias, que Dios los bendiga. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Speaker. We're going to hear next from our next speaker at Clinica Romero. And thank you once again for all of our translation and interpreter support this evening. We know it's difficult sometimes. We just want to make sure you're on the right channel so we can hear everyone loud and clear. All right, back to Clinica Romero. You can go ahead and start.
Perfectamente, caballero. Oh, señorita, perdón. Oh, señor. Perdón. Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Baronio Hidalgo y he sido paciente de Clínica San Óscar Arnulfo Romero por más de 37 años. Como pacientes hemos recibido mucho de Clínica Monseñor Romero en el área de la salud, ya que la salud es un derecho humano. Y no solamente en el área de la salud, sino también en otras áreas como migración, alimentación, vivienda y la trata de humanos. Es por estas razones y muchas más, y como pacientes de Clínica Monseñor Romero, pedimos, suplicamos que no nos muevan del distrito 13, porque sería catastrófico para nosotros los pacientes. Recibiríamos los pacientes ya no recibiríamos la misma ayuda. La comunidad de Clínica Monseñor Romero, la cual es muy numerosa, quedaríamos altamente agradecidos si no nos mueven del distrito 13. En el nombre de Dios, les suplicamos,
Thank you,
no
sir.
nos
Your time
muevan
is
a
up.
otro distrito, por favor. Gracias.
Okay.
Gracias. Hasta feliz Navidad.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your early holiday well wishes. We wanted to just acknowledge once again the folks over at Clinica Romero and allowing them to have their testimony before we go into our attendees list. So now we are going to look in and start to prepare our next group of speakers. So once again, we'd like to announce your name or the last 3 digits of your phone number first to give you an opportunity to prepare your statements. So the first group of speakers are going to include the following names: caller ending in phone number 228, followed by Joseph Roth and David Trainer. So right now, caller ending in phone number 228, please press *6 to unmute yourself. It's the only way we'll be able to hear from you this evening. And when you do, you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. So once again, there you are. You can go ahead and begin. You have up to 1 minute. So once again, our next speaker is a caller. You're over the phone. We can see you're unmuted. You can begin. All right, once again, speaker, our time is very limited this evening. We'd like to hear from you. You're unmuted. You can begin.
I'm sorry. I
There you
unmuted
are.
myself. Sorry about that.
There you are. Go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jason Greenwald, and I'd like to talk about Griffith Park. I live next to the park and devote a great deal of my time to park issues. All of the hillside communities surrounding Griffith Park in both the Hollywood United and Los Feliz neighborhood council areas should be represented in the same council district with the park. As you know, the late Councilman Tom LaBonge represented this area with great pride, and I believe he would advocate strongly to keep it together. Griffith Park and these hillside neighborhoods truly form a community of interest. Hollywood United Neighborhood Council has submitted a community impact statement making this point. And at your meeting last Tuesday, Los Feliz Neighborhood Council's president said, and I quote, "We need to keep Griffith Park in the same council district as those who live around Griffith Park." I believe Councilman LaBonge would agree for both Los Feliz and Hollywood United. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Joseph Roth. Joseph Roth, you should be able to unmute yourself. And when you do, you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Great, you can hear me, right?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, perfect. Good evening, my name is Joseph Roth. I'm on the board of directors of the Westwood South of Salamanca Boulevard Homeowners Association, which represents residents north of Pico, east of Sepulveda, south of Santa Monica Boulevard, and west of Beverly Glen. I want to voice our HOA support for map K2.5 Amendment 2, as it keeps our HOA wholly within one council district, whereas another competing version split us into 3 council districts. We're also pleased to be grouped with historically connected neighborhoods like those in Westwood Village and the north side of Santa Monica Boulevard, since we have similar positions and are similarly affected by governmental decisions and policies. Finally, we also appreciate that map K2.5, as amended to, keeps the entire West Side Neighborhood Council within a single district as well. We just hope that as you continue to tweak the map, as you should, that it does not undermine the progress we've already made here on the West Side. Thank you for your hard work and your development of map K2.5 Amendment 2. Good night.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next speaker is David Trainer. David Trainer, go ahead and unmute yourself. We'd love to hear from you. You'll have up to 1 minute to give your statement.
My name is David Trainer, and I strongly support map K 2.5 Amendment 2. For District 5, this map satisfies all the criteria your committee laid out concerning communities of interest, neighborhood councils, census data, and voting rights law. It's a logical plan that makes good sense. Please approve K 2.5 Amendment 2 as the new redistricting plan for District 5. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Our next group of speakers are going to include the following names, so we want to give you a chance to get prepared. Dan Nealon, followed by Jasmine Niku Hakimi and Ms. Hennigan. So Dan Nealon, you're our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself now, and you'll have up to a minute.
Thanks. I'm a Los Feliz resident in CD4. I'd like to echo the previous comments from an earlier caller, as well as the president of the LFNC, say keep Griffith Park with Los Feliz. I'd also like to thank the commission for starting the work of amending District 2-4 on Saturday nights to excise the far north regions. It seems to only make sense to extend that district south now to make up the difference into the renter heavy areas like Los Feliz and Hollywood. If the areas south of Griffith Park want to be part of Griffith Park in the same district, why not put them all in CD4? It seems to make sense. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jasmine Niku Hakimi. Jasmine Niku Hakimi, you'll have up to 1 minute to give your statement.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners, for your continuing to work on this, and calling to ask that you please continue to keep the historic Jewish 5th District together. Please consider this in your final vote on October 21st. There were no Jews on the council from 1900 until 1953 due to anti-Semitism and official attempts to divide the communities of interest. It took until 1953 for this to be remedied. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism has not gone away, but continues to rise, and there's a collective voice that the Jewish community needs. We deserve this voice just like any other community. CD5 is still beautifully diverse in ethnicity and political ideals, and we need to respect and keep the historic Jewish neighborhoods and business districts together. That includes Westwood, Beverlywood, Pico Robertson, Century City, and we hope that this map finds a way to provide equity for all communities, and hope that politics don't divide neighbor from neighbor. But we do feel very strongly that the Jewish community does need to have a united voice and the chance of having a representative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ms. Hennigan. Ms. Hennigan, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your work so far. I'm a renter in Los Feliz for many years, and I'm asking you to please not split up Los Feliz. We definitely need the park next to us. We can't, I've watched you guys for a few weeks now, and I don't see how the population numbers can work to move us into CD4 without splitting up Los Feliz. And I think it's egregious that we have the park and that little section of our residence on Waverly to be disconnected from our neighborhood for 10 years because Ms. Rahman wants to put her house in her district. That's what that finger on the southeast is for. The park is our only green space. We have fire issues. We need, operationally, it makes no sense. If you have to do it, split the park. There's no population. There's a natural split up the Ferndale line. Please ignore the political games and the sudden influx of new commissioners and keep Los Feliz whole.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next group of speakers include the following names: Anita, followed by Jeanette Rosas, and Michael Schneider. So our next speaker is Anita. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. We'd love to hear from you.
First, I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners for all the work you have done. I would also again like to request that North Hills West belongs and stays in Council District 12. Our geographical boundaries are clean, clear, and valid. What I find a little bit disturbing in all the people talking has to do with assets in a community. The assets belong to everyone in Los Angeles, not just to the district they are in. I just don't get that. That these assets can donate to a city council member should not be the basis to alter the proposed map. And also I would like to say, hasn't there been enough corruption, double dealing, and misconduct in Los Angeles city government that assets should not even be part of the equation of redistricting? Time for legitimate boundary lines for council districts, no gerrymandering. Thank you again for your services.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jeanette Rosas. Jeanette Rosas, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to a minute as well.
Thank you very much, Commission, for your hard work. My name is Janet Rojas. I live in City 9 for the past 34 years. I'm part of the 64% of Latinos voting in City 9, and I'm a homeowner and a small business owner as well. I'm asking the Commission to please, the People's Block map should not be taken into consideration since that has falsely announced organization supported. Chirla, that I'm a member of this organization, Carecen, the Salvadorian American Leadership and Education Foundation, America Pacoima Beautiful, all have announced that they didn't support the People's Block map. We urge you to take the map out of your website. It is totally lying to the public. I really appreciate it. Also, I demand that USC and Expo Park stay on City 9 and the downtown Los Angeles stay the same in the same area in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker is Michael Schneider. Michael Schneider, you'll have up to a minute.
This is Michael Schneider, Vice Chair of Mid-City West. I am so frustrated with this commission. You claim to take public feedback and address it, yet you are ignoring thousands of comments from people in Mid-City West and the Neighborhood Council while agonizing over keeping Greater Wilshire whole or the desires of 1,000 people in Franklin Canyon. Mid-City West doesn't just wish for Melrose to be unified so both sides of the street are in the same council district. We want to remain in CD5. We have never been in CD13 in 22 years and have very little in common with the rest of the district. To be specific, we ask that you keep all of Mid-City West, our northern border, in CD5. You guys made the problem worse by moving CD13 further south to Rosewood. Our needs aren't below other parts of the city, yet you seem to be going to great pains to please them to our detriment. The Mid-City West Neighborhood Greenway runs along Rosewood, your arbitrary border that threatens years of hard work on this project. Rebalance CD5 elsewhere outside of Mid-City West, or just accept that CD5 will be a bit, quote unquote, overpopulated. Now, it's a small price to pay. We need to pay to keep everyone happy. Please take action on this tonight. Stop dithering. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next group of speakers include the following names. We want to give them a chance to prepare their comments. They include Matt W., followed by Cynthia Shavadl-Keene and Asada Umoja. So Matt W., you are our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself, and when you do, you have up to 1 minute to give your testimony.
Hi, thank you very much. I think the real issue that this commission is not able to satisfactorily address is that there is far too little representation in the city of Los Angeles. 15 council districts for 4 million people is absolutely ridiculous. Los Angeles desperately needs to be broken into probably 3 or 4 times the number of council districts to adequately represent its constituency. Additionally, I want to speak as a resident of Glassell Park. We want it to be in 1 district and not 3. And we don't believe the communities on the east side of the LA River should be included in CD13. We don't believe that Glassell Park identifies as a CD13 neighborhood. I submitted a public map showing the communities that identify as CD13. And please do not suppress votes by switching districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next speaker is Cynthia Shavadl-Keene. Cynthia Shavadl-Keene, you should be able to unmute yourself. We'd love to hear from you. You'll have up to a minute.
Hi, good evening, Commissioner. I'm the president of the Hancock Park Homeowners Association and also board member of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council and a 25-year resident of Hancock Park. Tonight, I'm speaking for myself as a resident in support of MAP K25 Amendment 2. I understand the entire map is not what every community wants, so as the commission continues to improve the map, please keep the current configuration that joins all of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, Hancock Park, and our communities of interest to the west together in CD5. Thank you for all your work and your diligence in ensuring this process is transparent, data-driven, protects voting rights, and is not politically gerrymandered. I think we're all tired of the divisiveness and disruptive politics that do not seek to unite us as a city. Thank you.
Appreciate your comment. Our next speaker is Asata Umoja. Asada Umoja, you should be able to unmute yourself now. We'd love to hear from you, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your comment. Again, there you are.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Asada Umoja. I'm with the Hyde Park Organizational Partnership for Empowerment and Council District 8. One of the things, assets are definitely a part of redistricting. Without an economic base as a community, you do not have a community. You don't have what you need in order to survive, in order to thrive. Pastor Smart does not speak for me. His map does not acknowledge the injustice done to CD8 when major tax bases were removed to CD9. In addition to that, it is one of the few majority Black communities in the city of Los Angeles and the country. And equity demands that a community have an economic base to thrive. And so for that reason, I am demanding that the commission look at what was taken away, doing justice, and bring back USC and Exposition Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next group of speakers include the following names: Owen Smith, followed by Jackie DuPont Walker, followed by Amy Gustinsik. So Owen Smith, you're our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself. We'd love to hear from you. You have up to 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Owen Smith, and I live in the Brookside area of Greater Wilshire. Thank you for all of the commission's hard work. Thank you for Plan K25 Amendment 2. It keeps Greater Wilshire exactly where we belong, together with our community of interest neighbors to the west. We share schools, local newspapers, parks, sports leagues, historic homes, our churches, and synagogues. Thank you again for placing Greater Wilshire in Council District 5, where we can receive focused attention and services. Please do not be distracted by organized political interference aimed at legitimizing your effort. We have spent 2 generations trying to create a community that is welcoming to all. Please allow us to continue our work in Council District 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment as well. Our next speaker is Jackie DuPont Walker. You should be able to unmute yourself now, and you'll have up to 1 minute as well.
Thank you, Chair Ali and fellow commissioners. Again, thank you for all of the good work you have done. I just want to call attention in this last leg of the mile to the fact that equity must be the major criteria where you look in our districts, drawing the 15 districts. Yes, all of the other factors are important, the neighborhood councils, the cultural and ethnic groups. 8, 9, and 10 deserve to be considered equitably as those districts that have the least assets, the least economic engines, and the need to catch up with the other 12 districts. So please consider equity as you look at this vote and the map and the neighborhoods and communities that have contributed to the vibrancy of Los Angeles, but have not been able to see the economic vibrancy in our own neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker is Amy Gustinsik. Amy Gustinsik, go ahead and unmute yourself, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name. You can introduce yourself. You have up to 1 minute.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Amy Gustinsik, and I'm the president of the Los Feliz Improvement Association. I've spoken to this committee at previous meetings, but I thought it was prudent to repeat our position. The diverse community of Los Feliz is united in our request to keep Griffith Park in a district with Los Feliz. Our residents are the most highly impacted by the goings-on in the park and safety issues related to the park, and we demand a representative voice in the decision-making process for the park. We also request to keep Los Feliz whole and not cut off the Oaks section on the west and the Waverly Heights and Los Feliz Hills areas on the east. And lastly, Los Feliz appreciates being included in a district with our nearby neighbors after spending the last 10 years in a non-compact gerrymandered district. So thank you very much for all of your work.
Thank you for your comment. Our next group of speakers include the following names: Kathleen Becker, Fared Eyes, and Marcia or Marcia S. So Kathleen Becker, you're our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your statement.
Good evening,
Commissioners, I'd like to thank you all for your hard work, due diligence, and persistence in completing this task at hand. And specifically, I'd like to thank Chair Ollie for the stellar job that you're doing, keeping everybody on task in the right mode and moving it all forward. I live in the Wilshire Park area, which is part of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I'd like to thank you for Plan K25 amendment number 2, which basically keeps Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council whole and in Council District 5 and in alignment with the similar neighborhoods to the west. This is really important, and I'd like to thank you and also support that as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker is Fared Eyes. Fared Eyes, go ahead and unmute yourself. You have up to a minute.
Hey, it's Fred Lies, man. It's all good, Robert. I appreciate your time. I understand these meetings can be a bit tense, but Commissioner Diaz's treatment of Jackie Goldberg on Saturday was pretty disrespectful. But I was more surprised to see you act as though your line drawing protocols were holy and untouchable. When did your line drawing protocols ever get an amendment when you decided to have an unplanned ad hoc group meet after the line drawing discussion began, possibly running afoul of the serial meeting prohibition of the Brown Act? I also thought it was interesting to see you push back against Commissioner Cogna bringing up the Warner Center, all of a sudden caring about continuity and thinking this is a political question. And on that note, the idea that South LA is a political decision and you can't touch it is really insulting. There's an ongoing effort by CD9 and 14 to smear Coco, Bass, Marquise Harris Dawson. This orchestrated effort is trying to poison the well, so you think this issue is too hot to handle. Don't let that happen. CD8 is last in sales tax receipts, wage stats, and employment statistics.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers include the following names: Kat Ramos, Jennifer DeVore, and Lynn Moses. So Kat Ramos, you should be able to unmute yourself. You're our next speaker. We'd love to hear from you. You have up to a minute.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Cool. My name is Emily Ramos. I've lived in Highland Park all my life. I have family in Highland Park as well as in Eagle Rock, and I've spent lots of my time growing up and still to this day in both of those cities. We as a community don't want to be separated. We are asking to keep Eagle Rock and Highland Park in CD14 with Kevin De Leon, who has already done much for our community and has worked to do good by our community members. Once again, we're asking to keep Highland Park and Eagle Rock in CD14 with Kevin De Leon. Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jennifer DeVore. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you too have up to a minute.
Hi, my name is Jennifer DeVore. I'm a 25-year resident of Hancock Park. I serve on the HPA board. I'm the Hancock Park rep on the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I serve on the Hancock Park HPOZ board, and I'm speaking for myself. I support MAP K2.5 Amendment 2 because it creates a unified CD5, including Hancock Park. The Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council includes us with our communities of interest to the west. It meets, in fact, all the criteria the Commission set out to meet at the beginning of this process. In fact, I want to thank the Commission for your diligence in ensuring that this process, unlike the process in 2010, is actually transparent, data-driven, and not politically gerrymandered. MAP K2.5 emphatically does not disenfranchise anyone. In fact, it will create highly effective renter districts and much more effectively places renters together. I want to thank you again for all of your time and your diligence in ensuring that this process remains wide open to public view and public comment. Thanks again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Moses. Lynn Moses, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your comment.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, commissioners. Equity is the word that just keeps coming up. The Black community has never had equity. We don't have equity now. We don't have equity in the people that are supposed to represent us, even. However, equity would be, as Sister Moja said, Asada said, to keep some semblance of economic viability in our community. USC Exposition Park to be specific. It's on another subject, it's very disturbing at the last meeting. Someone had to call in and present themselves as a white woman in order to get in, a member of the Black community. This is pretty disgusting. And along with that, I object to your limiting the public comment time when the public comment is what you're here for. What we think, not what you think. We don't need to be associated with neighborhoods 18 miles away. I've heard that statement.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
We must unite together.
You can wrap up now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, our next speakers group include the following names: Jim Saltmar, caller ending in phone number 871, and Sonia Garcia. So Jim Saltmar, you're our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to a minute.
Hello, I live on Beaumont Drive, and I'm a member of the Beaumont-Hazen Briarcrest Coalition, and I'm one of 2,700 residents who live in this general area of the city. So I want to thank the Commission for moving the Franklin Canyon, Coldwater, Beaumont-Hazen area to the Briarcrest District of Council District 5 and map K 2.5. By doing this, you're recognizing the natural boundary of Mulholland Drive and the integrity of our community of interest within CD5. You've corrected a serious error by taking steps to put us with our nearby West Side neighbors rather than in a valley district that extends far to the north. I'm speaking today to ask you to please leave us in CD5 and don't put us back into CD2 or 4, which would make us part of a district that does not share the critical life safety resources of fire, police, and hillside protections. Thank you to the Commission for hearing our voices and for the difficult work you're doing for the benefit of the citizens of Los Angeles.
Sorry, thank you very much, Speaker, for your comment. Our next speaker is calling in over the phone, ending in phone number 871. So please press *6 right now to unmute yourself. We'd love to hear from you. Once again, our next speaker is calling in over the phone, and your number ends in 871. You need to press *6, and now you have up to a minute.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear.
I'm in the San Fernando Valley, and I'm speaking out against K25 in regards to CD3 and CD42 alignment. Under the guise of diversity empowerment, you've seemingly created a 70% white, wealthy district in CD3, and at the same time have created 55% Latino district called CD42, which is made up of parts of surrounding council districts, the parts that council districts didn't want. What's worse, you've not only created the disenfranchised district of separate LAPD divisions, fire stations, and like, you've gleefully redrawn CD3 district lines to allow all major economic and educational resources to go to Bob Blumenfeld's CD3. Democrats love to give lip service to diverse community districts where we all have a voice, so why not stand up to Richard Katz and Bob Blumenfeld and align CD3 in a north-south format so Woodland Hills, Tarzana, Canoga Park, Winnetka, and our logical happy family, and CD42 would be Encino, Sherman Oaks, Western Lake Balboa, and Reseda, since the resources are more logically shared in this configuration. So the dam basin is serviced by LAPD West Valley and would be in the same council district.
Okay, Speaker, your minute is up.
LAFD.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is Sonia Garcia. Sonia Garcia, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll also have up to a minute to give your statement.
Gracias, Comisión, por su gran trabajo. Soy Sonia García. He vivido en el Distrito 9 por 34 años. Soy latina inmigrante ciudadana de los Estados Unidos. El mapa de People's Block no debe tomarse en consideración, ya que ha anunciado falsamente a las organizaciones que lo apoyan. Chirla, Carecen, la Fundación de Educación y Liderazgo Salvadoreño Americano, Pacoima Beautiful, todos han anunciado que no apoyan el mapa de People's Block. Es urgente que retiren el mapa de People's Block de su sitio web, ya que están mintiendo completamente al público. Distrito 9 es el más pobre de todos los distritos y exijo a la Comisión que mantenga nuestros activos económicos, que mantenga USC y Expo Park en el Distrito 9 y también exijo que el centro de Los Ángeles permanezca en el Distrito 14 y que no permitan de ahora en adelante que la organización Community Coalition dé un testimonio porque ellos están creando una guerra, ¿verdad? Que tienen a la señora Karen Bass. Gracias.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next group of speakers include the following names, and we want to give you a chance to prepare your comments. They include shambone@hotmail.com, followed by Rebecca and Lena Ivazian. So our next speaker is identified as shambone@hotmail. If you unmute yourself now, we'd be able to hear you loud and clear. We'd love to hear from you this evening. You're our next speaker, shambone@hotmail. Does that sound familiar? That's you. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Carol Hamilton, and I'm a resident of Franklin Canyon. I want to thank you and the residents support acceptance of map K 2.5 Amendment 2, which adjusts the boundary of Council District 5 to a logical location east of Franklin Canyon and thus includes Franklin Canyon area in CD5. This action, which reunites Franklin Canyon with our Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, is especially important due to the high risk of wildfire in Franklin Canyon and most of the area within our Neighborhood Council district. In fact, Franklin Canyon is served by the same LAFD and LAPD service areas as our Neighborhood Council members. I'd also like to point out that Franklin Canyon was always a part of Council District 5 until 10 years ago, when it was drawn into Council District 4. For no rational reason, the action separated Franklin Canyon from our immediate hillside neighbors and our neighborhood council, with whom we share the critical interests of wildfire preparedness, prevention, and also addressing the challenges of canyon living. I thank you for including Franklin Canyon in CD5, and I also thank you for all your hard work in this process.
Thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker is Rebecca. Rebecca, go ahead and unmute yourself now, and you'll also have up to 1 minute to give your comment. So our next, there you are.
Muy buenas noches. ¿Me escuchan, verdad?
Alto y claro.
Okay. Mi nombre es Rebeca. Yo tengo 38, 39 años viviendo en la ciudad de Highland Park. Y me gustaría que nuestra porción de Highland Park se incluyera en el Distrito 14. Nosotros votamos no por Gil Cedillo. Recuerden, no por Gil Cedillo. Y pertenecemos al Distrito 14. Y les pido a la comisión que por favor que devuelvan nuestra parte de Highland Park al Distrito 14. Y les quiero agradecer a cada uno de ustedes por su tiempo y muy buenas noches. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker is Lena Ivazian. Lena Ivazian, you're our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself now, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your statement.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Dear Commissioners, thank you for all you have done, do, and will continue to do. We all know the address of 6600 Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Canoga Park, California 91303. Again, Canoga Park, zip code 91303. That address is Topanga Mall. I would like to repeat the comment of our neighboring Warner Center City Council who spoke first tonight. His concern of why we are reaching miles, 19 miles to be exact, with current District 3 from Hidden Hills to Sherman Oaks, ignoring Canoga Park. K25 disenfranchises Canoga Park. We should not be split. This decision is a decision that will affect our local churches, synagogues, schools, parks, including walking distance Warner Park, and local support of our surrounding businesses. My name is Lena Ivazian, and I am a resident of Canoga Park for 5 years and Secretary of Warner Gardens HOA 4 of those years, under current Council District 3. I speak now individually. Thank you for reconsidering stakeholder map 57666. I, along with others, do not agree with K25 in its current state. Recalling living in Chatsworth 15 years and often. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all your hard work you all do.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. Our next group of speakers include the following names: Stephen San, Sam Uretsky, and Riley Montgomery. So Steve San, you're our next speaker. Oh, I don't think you're there anymore. So we're going to go to Sam Uretsky. You're our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself now, and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your statement.
Hi, Sam Uretsky, board member of the Larchmont Village Neighborhood Association, speaking for myself. Thanks for all your hard work and for keeping Greater Wilshire united in K 2.5 Amendment 2 with all of us together in District 5 with our neighbors to the west. We're proud of our truly diverse community of both renters and homeowners. Residents of other cities should not be able to dictate how Los Angeles is redistricted. A good example is a pro-Ramen activist who claimed to be from Hancock Park, but in fact lives in West Hollywood. Also, misleading information was presented last week that Ms. Rahman is under an active recall. That's false. There is no active recall. We reject national media outlets attempting to reframe your transparent redistricting process as inequitable. The Commission continues to follow the census data, voting rights protections, communities of interest, neighborhood council boundaries, and the voices of the people who actually live in the city in its determinations. Thanks for this approach. As we get to the end game, please stay the course. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comment, Speaker. Our next speaker is Riley Montgomery. Riley Montgomery, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you will also have up to a minute.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. I'm calling in again. I've called in a few times before. Talking specifically about the Echo Park area, as that is where I live. And obviously I care a lot about Echo Park. I've heard a lot of callers coming in from Los Feliz wanting to be added into, or having Griffith Park in their same district. And I think we might be able to find something that works for Echo Park and Los Feliz. If you add Los Feliz into the 2 or 4 district and add Angelino Heights into CD13, it will work so much better for both communities. And that's something I bring up because everyone in Angelino Heights, it's right next to Echo Park Lake. They shop at the Vons in CD13. They go to the post office in CD13. And I just think, and I mentioned this before a couple of times since I've called in, and I know others have, Angelino Heights makes a perfect fit for CD13 and Echo Park, right next to Echo Park Lake. It'll fit in perfect, and maybe add in Los Feliz with Griffith Park to balance out those numbers. Thank you.
All right, our next group of speakers include the following names: Jessica Panduro, John Gresham, and Dre. So Jessica Panduro, you are our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Hey, good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for taking my comment. I just want to say that I'm here uplifting the need of uniting the East Side. We have an opportunity this time around to really unify and strengthen the East Side. For a long time, Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, and Sereno have been communities that come together to advocate and work together for the benefits of our community. Talking about displacement, talking about support for our education system. And I just want you all to really consider of like the opportunity that we have this time around to strengthen the East Side, to create community interests that support and advocate for community. That'll be all for me. So thank you so much. Lincoln Heights under CD14.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Our next speaker is John Gresham. John Gresham, we'd love to hear from you. You'll have up to 1 minute. You can unmute yourself now and give your public comment.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name again is John Gresham. I live in Wilshire Park, a diversified neighborhood, which is part of Greater Wilshire. I want to thank you all for all of your hard work getting to this point. I support Plan K 2.5 Amendment 2. It places Greater Wilshire exactly where we belong, together with our community of interest neighbors to the west, where we share extended families, historic homes, schools, parks, businesses, and our churches and synagogues. I appreciate that you continue to follow the facts in your very transparent determinations. Census data, voting rights protections, communities of interest, neighborhood council boundaries, and the voices of the people have all been openly utilized. Thank you again for placing Greater Wilshire in the Council District 5, where we can receive the focused attention and services we need. Don't forget Manhattan Place. I cannot end without adding my express hope that this commission continues to avoid being distracted by the organized attempts at interference I have observed. In my humble opinion, these amount to nothing more than disrespectful attempts to distract you from performing your mandate.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is identified as Dre. Dre, go ahead and unmute yourself now, and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Hi. The Melrose District belongs in CD5. I'll say it again, just to be clear. All of the Melrose District belongs in CD5, and all of the Mid-City West Neighborhood Council belongs in one council district. Stop spending so much time discussing procedure. Stop kowtowing to one late to the party commissioner who will never be satisfied. Stop focusing on communities of a few hundred people who've not participated in this process, when thousands of voices have reached out saying the same thing I'm saying. Tonight, please, please, please prioritize moving all of Melrose into CD5 and afford Mid-City West Neighborhood Council the same respect you've given other neighborhood councils and keep it together under one council district. You keep saying beneath Mulholland things are good and they're just minor tweaks needed. If this is one of the minor tweaks, please address it and know that those of us who live here don't feel like it is pretty good. Please move all of Melrose to CD5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next group of speakers include the following names: Henry Aaron, Robbie Davis, and Donald Lowe's. So Henry Aaron, you're our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself. We'd love to hear from you, and you'll have up to 1 minute.
Dear Commissioners, at your last meeting, I spoke and mentioned that every CD3 neighborhood council but one who hasn't weighed in yet has submitted statements to you opposing map K25, and they all support stakeholder map 57666, which addresses the valley. Why then did not one commissioner ask to see this map when Executive Director Cardenas has stated on the record at your public meeting on Saturday, October 9th, that it was an interesting innovation to map K25? Are you trying to sweep it under the rug? Why are you trying to ignore its existence? Why is the CD3 appointed commissioner staying silent and not requesting the full commission review it when the NCs and many other community organizations in the district he's there to represent have endorsed it? To be clear, map 5766 is an amendment to map K25. It is not a new map. It is the amendment you're looking for that solves most of the issues you've been having in the valley, and is the map that the council, District 3's, NCs support.
Thank you very much for your comment, speaker. Robbie Davis is our next speaker. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Rob,
When
I
you
have
do,
to
you'll have
promote her to
Okay.
panelist again. So Robbie, just a heads up, you'll be promoted, and we'll make sure that your video is off and that you are now can be unmuted. Robbie?
Can you hear me?
There we go.
loud and clear.
Okay, number one, what I want to say is let's get really clear. Only CD8 speaks for CD8. The neighborhood councils have come into this meeting. They've informed you of the atrocity that was committed against CD8 10 years ago when USC, Exposition Park, Lamert Park, the north side of the mall was removed from CD8. When the voices of CD9 cry out to you to let them keep USC and Exposition Park, they're telling you that it doesn't matter that CD8 now has no economic engine while they have the Los Angeles Convention Center, LA Live, Staples Center, all of the housing on Exposition Park, Lucas Museum, African American Museum. So they propose to you that the just and equitable thing to do is to continue the atrocity and allow CD8 to have no economic engine whatsoever. Be equitable. That's your charge. We hold you
Thank you, Speaker.
responsible and accountable.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Donald Lowe's. Donald Lowe's, go ahead and unmute yourself and you'll have up to 1 minute to give your statement as well. You're our next speaker, Donald Lowe's.
Thank you. We appreciate you moving the boundaries in CD5 to include the Coldwater Canyon area. Speaking as a concerned citizen, it seems to me that it would also be appropriate to include Wodoc, which is our only recreational area in CD5. It's my personal opinion. I think there are a lot of neighbors who would agree with me, and we'd like you to include that as part of CD5. That not very much of a population shift, but it does include a great deal of concern, similar interests to those of us who live in the hills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Chair Ali, we're at 45 minutes of testimony so far.
Okay, thank you very much, Rob. And I think unfortunately we're going to have to end the testimony there. And so it's 7:23, and so why don't we come back? I want to take a break. So why don't we come back at 7:30 let's say 7:35. So we'll take a 10-minute break. If I did my math correctly. Thank you. Okay, Rob, I think we can call things back to order.
Sorry for the slight
Chair.
technical difficulties.
Okay.
Everyone is back now.
Okay, yes. Did I hear a voice?
Yes, hi, Chair Ali. This is Sharice Brahman Weaver, Commissioner.
Yes.
Before we get started, I just really have something heavy that I would like to discuss. Was moved by one of our callers tonight regarding the assets that were taken out of the 8th. And I know we're going to have a vote later on today that Commissioner Valerie Shaw is going to bring up, but I really want us to look at our core values around equity and asset. And before we take that vote, I just really want to bring up something. I've only worked in CD8 and CD9 for all of my career out of college. And what happened 10 years ago with the assets being taken out of the 8th is a civil rights issue. And at the same time, CD9 has done a lot with those assets. And so when we get to that vote, I just want us to think about possibly looking at the assets in CD9, keeping USC and the 2 stadiums, the Coliseum and the football stadium, and moving the assets to the 8th, meaning the museums. It would connect to Destination Crenshaw, looking at the Lucas Museum, looking at Expo Park, looking at the Science Center, and looking at the African American Museum. And so I don't know if we will have a discussion, but we really need to look at equity and we need to look at this assets, and we have to take a hard conversation around this without just depleting either one of CD8 or CD9. So thank you, Commissioner, for allowing me to lift this up.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Beaumont. And well, it looks like we have begun a discussion in Region 1. And Commissioner Shaw, you've unmuted yourself. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed the first part of what Sharice said. I think your proposal was what, Sharice?
So my proposal would to look at the assets and CD9, keeping USC and the 2 stadiums, the Coliseum, as well as the new soccer stadium, the LAFC stadium in the 9th, and then keeping assets, moving assets back into the 8th, which would be the museums, the Lucas Museum, the Science Center, Expo, the park, as well as the California African American Museum. I don't think we're going to have a resolution. It's not a resolution to move all of the assets back to the 8th. It's not a resolution to keep all of the assets in the 9th, knowing that we know those assets were taken out 10 years ago.
Okay.
So
all right.
if I understand.
Well, I have a different perspective.
Sure, Commissioner Shaw.
Yeah. Oh God, people between. Okay, my phones are all ringing. It might be. Hold on 1 second, please. You've all heard my pitch before, and I talked about my aunt moving here 100 years ago, and talked about. I don't know if you know a bit about my career, but I also spent my entire career working in Los Angeles, primarily in South LA, as a grassroots community worker, and later as a high-ranking city official. So, here we've been looking, we spend a lot of time talking about what's happening in the Valley, the East Side, and also downtown. But what really matters is that South LA matters. And I'm certain Commissioner Bremont and everyone else understands that. So, because it's experienced decades of neglect and disinvestment, the region is poor. when we've heard so many statements that CD9 is the poorest region, but the entire region is poor. And it's by design because of racism and disinvestment. So here we're in 2021 and we're witnessing one poor district squabbling with another poor district over scarce resources and scarce economic resources. So sort of in the spirit of the seniors that we spoke earlier, I demand that Exposition and Exposition Park and USC be returned to the 8th. Now, we've all received, I hope, a letter from USC that was dated September the 29th that talked about, initially said that they weren't concerned what district they were in, but they wanted to stay whole with Exposition Park. They saw a synergy between Exposition Park and USC. And if you don't have that letter, I've just emailed it again to Ariana. If you don't have, you can distribute it again now. But I think overall, the bottom line is this. You know, I was born in LA. I love LA. I spent my entire career working in the interests of Los Angeles. But this is what I believe, not my appointing authority, not, you know, any other person, but I truly believe that in the next 5 years, CD8 will represent the only venue through which African Americans will have a voice in this city due to demographic changes. That the future of the African American community lies with CD8. So this vote is about the future of Black folks in LA. And so USC and Exposition Park should be returned to CD8, and CD9 should retain Staples, LA Live, the Convention Center, downtown developments, and University Village. But it should be, this process should be a shared process because it's simply the right thing to do. So I want to move that USC and Exposition Park move back into the 8th. I'd like a second. And if it's in the vote, let the vote be what the vote is.
I will second the motion.
Thank you.
There's a second to that motion. And again, I think as I understand, you want to repeat the motion again, Valerie? I want to make sure where your commissioner.
That Council District 8.
Right.
Retain the economic engines or obtain the economic engines of USC and Exposition Park.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Goldberg.
Jackie Goldberg.
Point of order. Point of order. I seconded the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the motion had been seconded. Thank you, Commissioner. So now let's take some discussion. Commissioner Minato, your hand is up.
Yeah, first a point of order. It was my understanding that the chair had ruled that this was not about moving assets, but we were really dealing with population. So are you overruling something that was ruled once already?
Commissioner Minato, I expressed an opinion earlier that this may be an issue that might be better addressed by the city council because I did not see it as a major issue in regard to line drawing. But that was just one person's opinion. I did not make a rule, could not make a rule on that issue. So, Commissioner Barrett.
Yes, thank you. I have a clarification and a question.
Sure.
So a clarification is that, and Commissioner Minato, there are so many different motions and a very, very long record. So if you'll permit me, I served on the Region 4 Ad Hoc Regional Committee, and each of the regional committees put together a set of principles for line drawing. And then there was an interregional group that came up with principles, and there was a dispute at that time about whether or not to include all of the memos from the ad hoc regional groups into the interregional group memo as addendums. And so we worked out a compromise on that. And we did include the ad hoc group memos, and in the Region 4 ad hoc memo, one of our principles for map drawing was to, wherever possible, and not at the expense of the Voting Rights Act or any of its protections, to keep neighborhood councils unified within a single council district, and to, where possible, draw our lines in ways that kept us aware of challenges around economic development in certain communities. So I think that's open to interpretation in many different ways, and that may be why there are different opinions as to this issue on the commission. I hope that's helpful. And then my question is, and maybe this is a city council, city attorney question. If we have a motion from Commissioner Shaw, are we allowed to look at what the kind of shared approach that Commissioner Bermond has suggested would look like? Or do we have to wait until we vote on the current motion?
There's a motion on the floor. You can discuss all aspects of what's related to that motion as you debate the motion. So that can be part of your conversation right now as you decide whether to support or oppose the motion.
Commissioner Brenes?
Yes, I had a clarifying question as well. And thank you, Commissioner Shaw, for raising the issue and the urgency. So in the motion, if CD8 were to obtain USC and Exposition Park, can you clarify, or can anyone clarify what would remain, what assets, as we've been discussing, what assets would remain in CD9 if this motion passes?
Staples, LA Live, the Convention Center, any downtown developments. The downtown is in decline now, but it's going to be certainly be resurging as the pandemic goes away or taps down. And University Village. And currently as CD8 is constructed, there's just one tiny mall.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Minato, I wanted to go back to you.
Yes, thank you. So we have been working with the CD9 representative on a number of projects, including the museum development, including USC directly, where we have about 1,000 people that we represent and who live in the neighborhood. We have worked very closely on the LAFC, which is a property that is also, developed by the CD9 representative. And there are continued discussions around that. And so at this point, it's not a project of simply a person, it's a project of the entire neighborhood. And so there are many, many neighborhood people who have, participated in hearings, have mobilized themselves to the city council and plum hearings and many, many hearings that affect their direct neighborhood, their workplaces. And really what that also means is the benefits that they secured in their contracts, whether or not they have a pension, whether or not they have access to healthcare. And so it's really a complicated organism. And so, and that was true going back, for other projects in that area. And so I think a lot of the community of CD9 would be disadvantaged by, having lost something that they fought for, and then are continuing to fight for in other development projects. So, and I think that we did hear from Reverend Smart that the CD9 is in fact the poorest council in the entire city. And so it may be very useful to retain some of those projects that are in process. And so I think that it may not be as readily apparent because people have not been involved with those developments, but there have been thousands of people from the community. It's a community project. And so, and very heavily with CD9 community.
Commissioner Monato, thank you for that information, but I wanted to ask you, when you started off, you talked about, you said we have, I just want to clarify who you were referring to. Was that the CD9 as a whole? Who was the we you were referring to? I just
Well,
wanted
just working in the development world and moving, talking with community members of many from the CD9 specifically, because they're in support of the leadership in CD9 to help create and continue the projects.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Polanco.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, here are my thoughts with regards to this particular issue of transferring of assets. CD9 is in fact the poorest. The data points in that direction. As much as the history of 10 years ago, the removal of the Exposition Park and USC, that was a council decision that was made back then. And I would feel comfortable in moving the decision, keep CD9 as is with the assets, and let the council, because they'll have the last say, but to take away from the poorest district economic engines based on history and a cause of effect that was done by that last reapportionment, which was pretty much a council-driven reapportionment. I just don't see where we would be doing equity to those who have testified, who happen to live in CD9, whose demographics from a social economic perspective are the poorest of the poorest and the most disadvantaged in the city. And so I think that the regional commission or the ad hoc regional group forward what we're seeing today. There's always been a give and a take. There was, I understand it's a difficult issue that's based on historical actions, but for us to do the same kind of thing to an existing population whose demographics have changed would be an inequity as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chair. And if my internet messes up, I'll try to reconnect. But I think on this issue, I think it's clear that Commissioner Breman and Commissioner both have salient points that South LA has been disinvested from, right? If you can walk, you can drive through the streets and see that we need economic engines, which is a part of redistricting, placed back in to our communities. But to Commissioner Polanco's point, this was a political decision last time, right? It happened at council. So I would suggest that we allow council to step up and represent their people and to right the wrongs that were done in the last redistricting effort and to find a compromise on this issue for the benefit of all the constituents.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Berman, and then I'll go to Commissioner Goldberg and Commissioner Pritchard.
Yeah, I just think that, we have tackled Koreatown, we've tackled a lot of these issues. And to put it back on the council's lap, yes, they did this decision 10 years ago. As I said, I've only worked in South LA. I've only worked in Council District 8 and 9. We all know what the poverty index shares. But if we don't make a recommendation to the council of what we think as commissioners, I don't think we're doing our job. And And if people want to abstain, I get it. But this is an important issue that we keep going through each certain areas in this city. We represent as commissioners the entire city of Los Angeles. We have listened over the last 3 months of testimony regarding this issue. And also, you know, we have new commissioners who have just been appointed in this process. And so we have to at least try to come to a resolution. I've been silent for a long time, just listening to all the testimony. But these assets, we have to at least be on record to recommend that some of these assets should be put back into the A. Not all of them, I know that, but this is a civil rights thing, and we just cannot ignore it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goldberg, and then Commissioner Pritchard, and then Commissioner Brennis, I just noticed your hand. Commissioner Goldberg, please.
Mute. Okay, got unmuted. I'm having trouble getting unmuted. I'm not sure because I haven't studied the statistics in a long time, but isn't CD8 the only district with a majority African-American voters?
That is correct.
See, I don't think we can ignore that. I really don't. I think if you're talking about assets, you have to talk about assets in terms of what that leadership may be able to provide and whether that leadership can come from the African-American community. And it's unlikely to me that CD8, well, not unlikely. It would be more difficult for CD8 to, with the larger Latino and Latina majority now, to be an African-American led district. Not impossible, but it would be harder. And I think that damage done 10 years ago it's got to be overturned. I mean, at some point we have to say that was wrong, that was based on the old racial attitudes of this city's racial divisions and segregation, and that it's time we do something about it. You know, we're worried about working people, but working people live and work around USC and around Expo as well. And they have an interest in what happens there as well. So I'm tending to lean toward, and that's why I seconded the motion, toward saying it's time to correct wrongs, past wrongs. And particularly if this is the last African-American dominant district in the city. I just think it's time for us to do something about this. So that's why I seconded the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Goldberg. Commissioner Pritchard.
Well, this has been brewing for a long time, and I just want to say that I could not agree more with Commissioner Shaw and others who have just spoken about the systemic disinvestment of the region of South LA through redlining, bank policy, land use, housing. I think most of us are familiar with the very sorry history. At the same time, I really do agree with Commissioner Bremen and others that it was terribly unjust to have taken away so much from CD8 and to have drawn the boundaries as they were drawn last time around. And I agree with many that we need to act on this evening. So as many commissioners here know, I have worked at the Liberty Hill Foundation for 32 years now, where we have consciously worked to fund, to organize, to empower across the Black and Brown communities of South Los Angeles and to help rebuild and to bring economic development to the area. And I have been pained to hear community-based organizations on both sides of this debate with compelling arguments. So I feel that the most just and equitable path before us, given all the constraints, would really be to share the assets. How we do that, I'm not sure. I don't know if we draw the lines as we have, as Commissioner Bramon suggested, or if we do it through a resolution. I'm open to either of those, but I do feel that trying to share is the approach at this time. I do want to note that at least our current K 2.5 version 2 map has virtually equal representation of African American and Latino communities, CVAP, as compared to 2011. So right now we have not changed that at all from the statistics that Pastor Smart presented this evening. This change, I don't know how it would impact. I know that there's not a lot of population, so it may not impact greatly. But with that, thank you for listening, and that's what I'm feeling.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Brennis. And before Commissioner Brennis, you start, Paul Mitchell, I'm going to ask you in a minute if you would just note what, if any, population issues are involved in this decision. So Commissioner Brennis.
Thank you. Yes, just very briefly wanted to agree with statements that have been made by fellow commissioners. That I don't think we should see this just as a South LA issue. This is an issue that should concern all of us as Angelenos, and that the challenges that have been raised by all South LA residents that we've heard from really speaks to the historic disinvestment impacting communities of color in our city. And I think, this is an opportunity for this commission that has made its, alignment with the values of equity in particular and interdependence to address this gap as it relates to assets and economic engines in South Los Angeles. So yes, I would agree that I think this is an opportunity for us as commissioners representing the entire city to step in and address and close the gap and the challenges that we've heard from all the residents that have called in.
Thank you, Commissioner Brennis. Commissioner Membreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Know that we have heard from both sides, from CD8 and from CD9, a lot of folks talking about this issue, and it's a tough issue, I think, for everyone here and for what happened 10 years ago. In trying to look at the map, I wasn't able to see if there were any other economic engines that could come to CD8. And please, Commissioner Shaw, if you can enlighten me if there's any other that could be moving to CD8. But in the same question I have that Commissioner Minato talked about, that there's other opportunities coming about in CD9. So it's all of that, it's a lot going on, and it's a big question, but I think that we need to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Membreno. And Paul, do you want to opine on whether or not there's any population issues here, any significant line drawing issues here?
Well, there's always population issues when you're moving something like this between two districts. But with these two districts are completely adjacent to each other, any population shift in one area of the map can be offset in another area of the map between those two districts, unlike some of the things that we've done in other parts of the city where they require like 3 district or 4 district rotations. This could be offset between those two districts.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Senator or Commissioner Polanco, is your hand up? Nope. Commissioner Membreno, is that a new hand or an old hand? Or, excuse me, Commissioner Minato, I'm sorry.
Freeberg has her hand up.
Okay, Commissioner Freeberg.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Again, I know that I haven't been at all the meetings, but I'm wondering if there's been this level of discussion about any other assets, and if things like LAX have been discussed as far as being an asset for CD8, for instance.
No, the discussion, Commissioner, has focused primarily on USC, the Exposition Park Museum issue, and also downtown assets that are currently in CD9. So, Commissioner Minato.
Yes. I do want to just remind people that it wasn't Reverend Smart as an individual. I think that he had worked with a number of community groups. I listed them. I actually can't recall the exact numbers that he mentioned, but I think he said, I think I remember the number 10 groups on something and other groups. So I would want to remind the commission of that and the public for that matter. I also want to ask the question similar to Commissioner Friedberg. So does that mean that with the moving of these assets, for example, that it opens the door to moving assets all over the place? And the reason why I'm asking that is because, you know, we have a number of people who have participated in the Canoga and Winnetka areas for many, many things involving especially affordable housing at the Warner Center. And the Warner Center is proposed to remain in the third and move a whole Latino group out of it, creating a 70+% non-Latino district. And so, and the people in Winnetka and Canoga and other places are so poor and have so few assets, personal assets, that they need affordable housing. And so if you're going to start considering assets all over the city, well, I honestly was under the impression that that was really not necessarily an area to go to. And I would agree that it would be great if it goes to the council, because, certainly it would take probably a long time to study such prospects, but including other assets that could get proposed. And I would like to make a comment that I am really getting a little bit irritated with being told every other comment that I'm a new commissioner. And, there are other new commissioners as well, but I have been working in the city for 30 years. And I have worked on many of the developments that have been spoken about in this meeting. And I mean, many of them. I mean, it could be approaching 100 of them. And I worked on all of those assets in the 9th and continue to work in them. So I really don't, even though I am new to you, that does not mean I'm new to the city. And so I really would appreciate it if people are respectful about that. And it has absolutely nothing to do with what is known, what I know, and what the people I work with know about this city. And so please, I would really at least request that.
Okay, are there any other comments on this question? Commissioner Barrett?
Yes, I just want to apologize to Commissioner Minato and respect to your experience in the field. And thank you for raising that for us. And I am sympathetic to Commissioner Pritchard's view about there needing to be a remedy for the inequities that were carried out in 2011. And that Commissioner Berman's suggestion might provide us with an opportunity for compromise. And I don't know procedurally how we can.
I would like us
look
to
at that.
vote on my motion, and then we can go to Commissioner Berman's motion.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
And maybe just to clarify, I think we do have to finally vote on Commissioner Shaw's motion. But maybe for the good of the order here, Commissioner Berman, are you prepared to make a motion around your position should this motion fail?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Barrett, your hand is up again? Okay.
No.
Okay. So I think we should call the question or excuse me, we should take the vote. I think Commissioner Mitchell, I saw your hand come up. Did you have a comment?
Oh, just to say, can you repeat the motion so I'm clear?
Yes. Yes. Harit, do you want to repeat the motion? Or I could ask Commissioner Shaw to do it.
I think it'd be best if Commissioner Shaw did it.
I move that USC and Exposition Park be included in the CD8 area as we move forward to finalize our redistricting map.
Second.
So we have a second. So let's take the roll.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Chairperson.
Yes, yes,
Can I have an
Commissioner.
answer to my question before I vote?
What was your question again?
My question was with this motion recommending assets be moved, that assets all around the city are now open to be moved as well.
Yeah, Commissioner, there's never been a formal motion by this body that would prevent that from happening. That can continue to be an open question as we continue to go through the map. So
Thank you for that.
I'm sorry if there was a misunderstanding of that. So
Thank you.
about that, yeah. So can we now take the vote, please?
Okay. Chair Ali,
Yes.
Vice Chair Diaz,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Hyun,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Barrett,
Abstain.
Commissioner Bramon,
Abstain.
Commissioner Blanes,
Yes.
Commissioner Kanya,
Abstain.
Commissioner Delgadillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeberg, Commissioner Friedberg, Commissioner Goldberg,
Yes.
Commissioner
Abstain,
Cat.
sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't hear. What'd you say?
Abstain from
Thank
Friedberg.
you.
Commissioner Katz,
Abstain.
Commissioner Lay,
No.
Commissioner Minato,
No.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Yes.
Commissioner Membreno,
Abstain.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Polanco,
No.
Commissioner Pritchard, Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Torres.
No.
So
Chair, may I clarify my vote? I'm sorry.
Friedberg, please clarify your vote.
I vote no.
So Harit, we have abstentions. Can you clarify what abstentions means in this context?
So Ariana, I have 8 yeses, 5 nos, and the remainder abstentions. Is that what you have as well?
let me just double check.
Commissioners, you remember from last time, when an abstention would make a difference in a vote carrying or not carrying, we typically require commissioners to vote yes or no. Here, we could consider the possibility of a motion to table this motion unless commissioners want to return to those who abstained and require a yes or no vote.
I'm
I
sorry,
understand the
I've got
sensitivity
a point
here.
of order. Where in Robert's rules, which I think is what governs us, does it say that you cannot abstain on a vote? I understand on a motion such as table, et cetera, as you cited the other day, but I'm not familiar with the fact that commissioners who decide not to vote have to cast a vote. It takes, I believe it takes 11 affirmative votes for this to pass. Short of that, it doesn't pass.
I understand that, Commissioner. There is a specific provision of the city ad code that says commissioners have to vote yes or no when it makes a difference. So I'll maybe turn it back to the chair of how he wishes to proceed here. I understand that we have not sufficient votes for this motion to carry. We can either return to the commissioners who voted to abstain and request a vote, or perhaps we can table this considering the situation and take a vote to table this motion and then return to Commissioner Vermond who had made a motion.
Move to table.
No, let's just the vote is what the vote is. I like, because this is really about history, and this is about the future of the Black community, and we deserve to have a vote.
So Commissioner
It shouldn't
Shaw,
be tabled.
Okay.
Well, first of all, you can't table it in the middle of a roll call, but can I clarify my vote, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'll go from abstain to yes.
So now we have 9 yeses and 5 noes and 7 abstains.
So where does that put us?
So if I'm understanding Harit correctly, if the folks who, this motion would fail unless the folks who abstained voted, and then we would see if we had 2 more, then the motion would pass.
I think, no, to clarify, we can go back to those who abstained and request a yes or no vote, and see what the vote comes out to. That's the procedure. So it's 9 votes
Okay.
right now for yes,
Yeah.
5 for no.
Okay.
So Commissioner Polanco? Commissioner Polanco?
I have no question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So Commissioner Lay?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a clarifying question. You mentioned tabling a motion to table. I heard there was a motion to table by Commissioner Minato. Can I second that motion?
I think Commissioner
No,
Katz,
Nam, come on.
Commissioner Katz
Shaw,
clarified we're in the
please.
middle of a vote, so I think we're just.
Just
gonna have to
vote,
go back to
just
those who
vote.
abstained.
Commissioner Shaw, please. Harit, what were you going to say?
We are in the middle of a vote, so I think we just need to proceed with the vote. This is what the procedures are, unfortunately. So I understand the situation, but Ariana, you want to go back to those who voted, who abstained, to see if they can provide a yes or no vote here.
And I just want to clarify that if people maintain their abstention, there is still not sufficient, sufficient votes to pass this motion. Is that correct?
This is gonna, the ad code provision here says if you don't vote yes or no, but are here, it'll be counted as a yes vote. So if you don't want the motion to pass, you would have to vote no. That's what the provision provides. It requires a vote of commissioners. This is what the provision is.
Okay, so I guess we go back to the abstentions.
So Chair Ali, I will change my vote to no.
Okay, let me go through the list.
Abstentions, please.
Yeah, so Vice Chair Diaz,
Can you come back to me?
Commissioner Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Barrett,
I'd like you to come back to me as well.
Commissioner Bramond,
You come back to me.
Commissioner Kanya is no,
Yes, correct.
Commissioner Membreno,
I'll be the last one to come back to, please.
Commissioner Pritchard.
I continue to abstain.
Okay, I'll go through the list again. Vice Chair Diaz,
I'm sorry, could you let us know where the vote count is before you go back through one more time?
currently we have still 9 yeses and now 6 nos and 6 abstentions.
So come on, commissioners, let's make a decision.
Vice Chair Diaz,
No.
Commissioner Barrett,
Yes.
Commissioner Bramond,
No.
is that a no? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Membreno,
No.
and Commissioner Pritchard, you still maintain your abstention?
Let me clarify, abstention defaults to a yes on this.
Correct.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so with that, Harit, clarify, was that then 11 yeses? 6 no's? Is that what let me redo the number.
Yeah.
But that was what, okay. So for yeses, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. For no's, I mean, would you like me to go through that as well? Or is it not necessary, Harit?
We have 11 yeses here, so the motion would carry.
The motion carries.
Okay. Okay, thank you, commissioners. Now let's, what I want to do at this point is I want to go back to, return to the Valley for some continued discussion, and then I desperately want to get to the east side of the city. But before returning to the Valley, I want to make a suggestion and see if there's agreement on the part of the commissioners to do this as a way of moving our process forward. At our last meeting, we heard commentary about Little Ethiopia, some additional work on Chinatown boundaries, an issue, it appeared to be a relatively small issue involving a block regarding Manhattan Place. And then I brought up the issue of the need for us to pay attention to current deviation within the existing map. So what I was, in the interest of time and to make this process as expeditious as possible, I was going to ask ask staff and redistricting partners to come back to us tomorrow night with recommendations on each of those items that I've just mentioned. And that will save us time having to discuss this further this evening, and we can move on to discussions within the Valley. So are there any objections to that process? So again, it's Little Ethiopia, it's some additional fixes in the Chinatown boundaries, a minor fix on Manhattan as I understand it. And then I want to understand, I think as we all do, where we are with deviation on the current K25 map. Any objections to that? Okay, let's move it forward then. So Frank, is that sufficient direction?
It's quite clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, commissioners, for that understanding. So, so I now want to go back to a discussion on the Valley portion of the map, see if there are any other issues or amendments that commissioners want to bring up. And then again, it's my intention to then take us to the east side of the east side of the Valley, east side of the city, excuse me. And I must apologize, by the way. I'm having very unstable internet connection, so I may be going. It appears to be an issue within the area I'm living, and so if I go off camera, I apologize for that in order to save my audio. So, Commissioner Katz, I see your hand is up. Commissioner Katz, I believe you're muted.
Muted and occasionally unstable, not just the internet. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the Sepulveda Basin be put into what we have called in the past N, or identifying now as, not sure if it's 4-2 or 2-4, but the district that's north of District 3.
I second that.
My internet problems continue. I apologize. We have a we have a motion to move the Sepulveda Basin into 4-2. We have a second from Commissioner Diaz. Let's have discussion on this motion, please. Commissioner Goldberg, please.
Yes, could I see what that looks like?
Of course.
Thank you.
Paul. And I'm now going to go off camera.
So just to elaborate here, the Sepulveda Basin is, I can just turn on the Google map real quick. You can see the Sepulveda Basin and then some neighboring properties around here, Balboa Boulevard. This is actually a part of the Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council. as well. So if we were to select this area and add it to the 4-2, we could make a couple choices as to how we do that. So take direction from the commission on that. If I was to take this, we can take the boundaries of the Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council. We can take the Sepulveda Basin in its entirety, or we can take it and the kind of surrounding area that probably is affiliated with it. The population in here is really small. I think it's 34 for the Sepulveda Basin itself. If we were just to do that. Now, if we get out here a little bit more, and this has been, we've seen different iterations of this. If we do that, that's 34 people. If we were to come out here and take the entirety of the Sepulveda Basin and the census blocks that take that in, and any that would be kind of required in order to have it be contiguous. Now we're talking 369. So there's a range there of what you would want to take in when you do that.
Paul, my intention was to take Sepulveda Basin if it makes sense from a standpoint of neighborhood councils or any sort of planning areas, et cetera, to include it with it. I think it should all be. But that the main idea was to take the asset of the Sepulveda Basin from the parks to the recreation to the Japanese gardens to the golf courses, et cetera, and to add all of that open space and recreation to the district formerly known as N.
So to clarify that, there it does look as though there's a portion of this that goes under the freeway, community garden center, and so on. Are you including that as well as up here the baseball
yes
association? So including this under part of the freeway, which is fine. I can look at that.
I'm not sure about the part under the freeway, other than from a resource management standpoint, but certainly the baseball diamonds and the part that are, just off Balboa and go above. That all makes sense. I don't believe it's crossable under the freeway to get to those facilities.
I wouldn't know offhand.
Paul, can you, you've put on a couple configurations here. What's the population impact of those various configurations?
So right now we're at 151. If we were to take this, if we were to remove this area here that looks as though it says Balboa Sports Center, and go to Balboa Boulevard and take in the Sepulveda Basin itself, the larger recreation area, across the street on Burbank Boulevard, and the Wildlife Reserve and Golf Course, we're down to 34.
So it's not very, another way of saying this population impact is relatively de minimis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and would not affect existing CVAP within this proposed district.
No, I think that literally the change in 402 goes from underpopulated by 406 to underpopulated by 4. So 0.6% population change.
Okay. And so
even at its largest.
And commissioners, please indulge me for a second and I'll get to your hands. But I also want to ask Frank, in terms of the principles we set forth, do you see any issues here with violation of any of our principles around neighborhoods and communities?
Chair, I do not. This appears to be actually more consistent with keeping established neighborhood council boundaries intact.
Thank you. Commissioner Minato.
Yeah, I just had a question. I feel like it's very difficult I know we're working off K 2.5, but I have issues around the Canoga and Winnetka that I alluded to earlier. And I'm just wondering if it isn't a better idea to address the whole of the area more comprehensively than just take one tiny little thing and move it when it potentially could be, when potentially there may be other changes. And as we know, touching any one thing usually affects something else.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mitchell?
I was just going to ask if if Paul could pull the map back a little bit so we could get a better picture. I mean, he can do it when he's done, but I'm just trying to see where it actually all fits. Okay, thank you. Nothing.
Commissioner Barrett?
I am in favor of us making a decision on this issue because I do have a proposal to make on the larger picture. And I think I'd like us to make some decision here and then revisit the larger picture.
Okay, thank you. Can we pull back the map now so I can see the board?
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, Commissioner Katz.
Yes, sir. No, my hand was for my motion.
Okay, and Commissioner Minato, your hand's down. Commissioner Barrett, your hand's. Okay, so I think I don't hear any more discussion. Is there consensus or would people like a vote on this? A roll call vote? I think I'm sensing consensus. So we will go ahead and make that change.
Thank you.
Thank you for your motion. So, okay, other issues related to the Valley portion of the K25 map, please. Commissioner Barrett.
So I'm trying to help us find a way forward here in the Valley. And for me, it feels like there are two major outstanding issues. And I don't know whether we need to have a full discussion or just ask staff to prepare something for us to look at the next meeting. For example, there have been a number of discussions around the links between Media Center and Canoga Park area. And Winnetka. And so I would like to see an option for what I will go with Richard Katz to say, which was just formerly referred to as District N, where Canoga Park and Winnetka would be part of District 3 and Posa, Sherman Oaks, and I think it's Valley Village would be part of District N. And my aim in looking at that is to see what kind of CVAPs then exist in those two configurations. And sometime before we are done with our work on Thursday, timing to be determined by our chair, I would like us to take a position on the numbering of the two districts previously known as N and O, which are currently referred to as 2 or 4 and 4 or 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Frank, do you have sufficient information to come back tomorrow with an opinion on that?
I believe it, I do. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's move forward. Are there other issues associated with the Valley? If not, I want to go to the east side of the city. Yes, Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes, I just want to make sure I understood. We're going to be looking at 4 and 2 and 2 and 4 with what Commissioner Barrett just said. And we're going to be looking at 3 as well then, is that correct? Because if we move Winnetka and Canoga Park back into 3, which I think makes more sense, just looking at the map that we saw a minute ago, then the possibility of what you're talking about with the other end of it, that's what you're asking them to bring back, is to take a look at all of the variations that might happen over there. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Chair, would you like me to clarify?
That would be good. Thank you.
Yes. So I think there are, I would like us to make a decision on labeling the 2442. We just made a really tough call in South LA, and I think it behooves us to make a tough call on this issue as well. But before we can have a discussion on that issue, I think there are some discussions about the larger configuration of what is now presented as District 3 and what is the Western District referred to as 2 or 4. I believe this also addresses some concerns expressed by a number of other commissioners around the link between affordable housing and Warner Center. And it also addresses concerns by the communities around Warner Center at wanting that development to remain within one city council district and not be split. But I don't want us to have a conversation about it on the fly. And I would really appreciate the guidance of our executive director and redistricting partners in understanding the CVAP implications of that alternative option.
Okay, I think that's a wonderful suggestion, and I'm happy to see it, because I have to say that I'm personally just extremely uncomfortable with a district in the city of Los Angeles that is 74% white. To me, I do not understand that. I do not understand a district that lost 39% of people of color and became the most white district probably in the history of the city. So I was going to bring up that we should look at this again, but I'm willing to wait about all of that, because I think your suggestion will give us things to really look at carefully. And so I'm going to withdraw anything I was going to do otherwise.
And I think there are concerns in the other direction as well that have been raised by other commissioners in terms of impact on the newly drawn CVAP district. And I want to make sure that we're thinking through the implications very, very carefully before we make any changes.
Commissioner Diaz.
So I'm confused right now, and Commissioner Barrett, I want some more information from you. I would like to ask you two questions. One, to what extent did what just occurred through consensus about the Sepulveda Basin factor into what you're proposing? Two, to what extent is what you're proposing seeking to promote a new map for the valley? And what do you expect in terms of the shapes?
Thank you. I'm just writing down your questions so I can make sure to answer them. I think that the reason I want to understand the options is that I think it's a very positive step forward for us to have moved the assets of the Sepulveda Basin into that northern district, and wanting to make sure, as we have in other parts of the city, that we're looking at the economic development potential across an entire district. So previously there was really only Van Nuys Airport. Now there's Van Nuys Airport and Sepulveda Basin, which I believe is a step forward for this potential new district. So that does factor in, and which is why I'm not willing to move to consider a new configuration, because I'm not convinced yet that that's actually an improvement. On the other hand, I have had issues with the structure of the valley. And I think everyone saw me struggling a lot on Saturday and many abstentions, because I could see us all really trying to find a third path. And as a mediator, that's my instinct. And so that's my interest in exploring this other potential configuration, is to see whether it provides us with an opportunity to build consensus.
That's helpful. And I just want to respond and then I'll leave it up to people. I want to be clear because I know we've seen this a lot in the public testimony. And this ties to the degradation of Black and Brown communities, things that Commissioners Shaw and Breman clearly articulated. When communities of color do not have a voice in the political process, when they do not have equal political voice, we end up with asset-rich regions and asset-poor regions. Now, ultimately, what we need to encumber to do is to ensure that people, irrespective of their race or ethnic background, are able to elect their candidate of choice. And for far too long in regions in this city, whether it was the East Side or currently the San Fernando Valley, some people have their vote diluted on the basis of the color of their skin. And so I do not think, as a matter of principle, as a matter of fact, or as a matter of law, that assets should in any way prohibit a protected class from being able to participate freely and equally into an election. And that argument does not usurp the Voting Rights Act.
Commissioner Kanya.
Thank you, Chair Ali. I just want to ask Paul, when you're doing this or later this evening, if there's other major changes that we would suggest, if you're able to get the data out, and maybe Ariana, if you could send it to us before the meeting. As you know, I like looking at the data. I'd like to see the CVAP and the population changes in the recommendation made so that I can come into the meeting and all of us can come into the meeting informed. So if you could do the map and the analysis on the CVAP, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and I'm predicting that Paul might need more guidance here in terms of what map we're talking about creating here. So Paul, do you want to take over?
Thank you. I got the Canoga Park and Winnetka into 3. Then I heard Sherman Oaks and Poso, and was that to go into the 402?
Along with the Valley Village.
NC Valley, okay, then the Valley Village as well, so that it's all of that. Okay.
Yeah, and I want to, if I may, Chair, with your leave, respond to Commissioner Diaz, who I think makes a very significant point. As Commissioner Goldberg stated, District 3 as currently drawn has a very high percentage of white voters, but the corollary of that is that the district formerly known as N also currently has a 42% CVAP for the Latinx community. And so the reason I want the staff to look at this alternative configuration is that my concern with adjustment of some of the balancing around community resources is that it would undermine the strengthening of that CVAP. And I
would
want
bring
us
it
to
to
be
29.9.
right. So I think that's important. And I think we should be transparent in balancing whether that's a wise decision or not.
So Commissioner Barrett, just to go back to your question about what it would do to CVAP in that particular region. Paul, can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, so I want to make sure that this is drawing what you're envisioning, Commissioner Barrett. Moving Canoga Park and Winnetka into 3, that created a 40% imbalance in those districts. So we ended up making up for that by putting Sherman Oaks, Poso, and NC Valley Village, the Valley Village Neighborhood Council, into this 402 district. It was a substantial change, and it did take the citizen voting age population to 29.98%, down from, I think, as you properly stated, it was at 42% CVAP Latino. Yeah. Prior.
So
that does concern me.
So
that does concern me.
Given that, Commissioner Barrett, is this something you still want to continue to pursue? I only asked that question not to cut off discussion, but simply because we are on a timeline now, and this was your motion, or this was your suggestion, so I want to come back to you and see if this is still something you want to pursue.
Honestly, if we could go to East LA now and come back to this tomorrow night, I will be more ready to have a clear motion to make.
Thank you. Commissioner Polanco.
Mr. Chairman, let me express my deep concern with the dilution that our preliminary, albeit being brought forth at this state of the process. The Federal Voting Rights Act must be adhered to dilute in this particular fashion. A 40+% is wrong and would put in jeopardy, I think, and open up for purposes of legal proceedings. This just no commissioners, I as one would be very, very concerned, and I would hope that this commission takes seriously any diluting of the CVAP population. It's there, it's real, it's empirical, it's not made up. This is data that we depend on, we have depended throughout this process, and I would hope that we would honor that as well.
Commissioner Katz. Thank you, Commissioner Polanco.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, this is a request for information, not a motion to actually
Oh, that's
do.
right. That's right.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Commissioner Kanya.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ali. I have questions for Harit. Harit,
Yes.
could you opine on the comments regarding potential civil rights violations in looking at this change, please?
Commissioner, our review of it would be an ongoing review. We would have to examine the data and the other information available to determine if there are any Voting Rights Act type concerns. And that would be an ongoing view we'd continue to provide. It's not something that we can immediately provide a quick judgment on. It takes a significant analysis.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz.
I'm sorry, I had follow-up questions, Chair.
Okay, please, Barry.
I'm sorry?
Could you move, can we move this on?
I did have a question. Similarly, are there concerns that CD3 is going from a 53% other to a 74% other? Does that raise any similar concerns to you?
Well, typically, the Voting Rights Act protects minority voters and language minority voters. So the perspective you look at for voting rights analysis is impact on protected classes based on race and language minority status. So it wouldn't come up in the context of the opposite there.
So 100%
in the same way.
100% white CD is not in violation of the Voting Rights Act, is what I'm hearing. If it's already at 53% and it goes to 100%, then there's no voting rights, there's no Civil Right Voting Right Act violation. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's something we'd, of course, look at because it has impacts in other parts of the region. And so we'd have to examine to see what the impacts would be elsewhere in the region by creating a district like that. But it's the perspective of the rights of the minority voters or the language minority voters that the Voting Rights Act looks to protect and ensure that they have an effective ability to elect a candidate of their choice.
And if there's a district at 42%, what is an acceptable change? When you say you look at it, is if it's going from 40 to 30, does that violate the law?
Well, I would not be able to answer that for you. It's an ongoing review we'd have to look at. You have a variety of different factors that the commission considers, neighborhoods, all the other factors we considered, and then you'd have to look to see if there's sufficient data that indicates that that would be a drawing of the map that would implicate Voting Rights Act concerns.
Thank you. And one last question, Charlie. Please, one last question, because I'm not an attorney, and so I really do value this input. Do we expose ourselves as a commission? Because we were presented with maps that had 3 majority minority districts in the valley that we chose not to analyze or incorporate. Does that put us at risk at all?
I'm not sure if I follow the question
Sure.
in the sense.
So Malduff had presented a map to us, and then on the 30th during the testimony, I had mentioned that there were numerous maps that were submitted by the public that were 3 majority minority district potentials in the valley that we did not incorporate. Does that similarly put us at risk? Because if we have a district that we have mapped now that is a protected class, there were more districts that were potentially a protected class that we could have had, but we chose not to. Does that put us at any legal risk?
I'm not prepared to answer that. The analysis depends on the map that the commission ultimately seeks to propose. And the iterations of hypothetical maps out there, there are many, many hypothetical maps out there that would also comport with the law. So
K 2.5 is still a
That was your
hypothetical map
last,
since
Dennis,
we
you
haven't
said that was going to be your.
You're right. You're right. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Diaz, please.
Thank you. Based on the finding from our redistricting cartographer, Paul Mitchell, that the Latino citizen voting age population of the district drawn by Commissioner Barrett is under 30%, is alarming, that we'd want to move forward with this as a matter of equity, as a matter of the Voting Rights Act being clear and prescriptive of our mapping protocols, of the fact that the region in the valley decided to have a Mulholland barrier and one over the hill district. And ultimately, in the face of what Commissioner Kanya mentioned, which is that Malda had a map with 8 majority Latino majority districts. Now, to Commissioner Goldberg's assertion, and in some ways, Commissioner Barrett, you lifted this up, that a high white citizen voting age population is somehow reverse discrimination or indicative of any sort of racial bigotry on the part of this commission, that's unfounded. And I'll point to the number of maps that we received as a commission, in particular, the one from the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. They drafted 2 districts that were at 69%, so not 1, but 2 at around 70. This was permissible to them in their line drawing. Part of the things that matter for voting is equal population, continuity, geographic compactness, and then ultimately, is there racially polarized voting? And if so, why can't people of color be able to elect their candidate of choice? Why is that such a hard thing for us?
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Moreno.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Diaz. The fact of the matter is that the Voting Rights Act is designed specifically to protect underrepresented and disenfranchised minority. It's not a two-way street. You know, this is a societal debate that is still going on after so many decades of changes in the law. It's a landmark law, and I think it's one that we're compelled to follow. And I agree that if we're talking about a deviation from 70 plus to 30, that's clearly a gross imbalance and would clearly violate the Voting Rights Act. So I agree with Harit. I mean, you may go back and forth and say that, you know, you need more data, but I think the data is not going to change the plain fact that there's a gross disparity here. So I think we should just move on from this issue. I don't think it doesn't present an issue that is going to really change where we are at the present time. The numbers just aren't there.
Commissioner Goldberg.
Yes. So I have a question before our statement. Right now, I think CD4 or 2 is almost 38% white or other white and only 42% Latino. Is that correct?
Were you looking for me to answer, Chair?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah.
I'm looking at
I'm trying to find out where we are before we talk about where we might go. So I looked up, I thought CD4-2 is a Latino opportunity district, but it's got almost 38% white and only 42% Latino or Latina. Is that correct?
So that's that correct. Would be 38% other, and the other category is white, has some Native American, some Hawaiian, but largely white. Other is largely white.
So the difference is a difference in the current CD4-2 of about, I would say 38, about 4% between the white and other and the Latino population. the voter turnout in that area, however, is much higher amongst the white population. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So probably it's only in name that it is a Latino opportunity district, unless we do some things to add some Latinos to that district. It's not near 50% right now. So I'm not sure what we would have any harm in looking at what Commissioner Barrett said, because if we're probably talking about a difference of a change of a few percentage, we can move some lines again. I would like to see what she has recommended. I really would.
So
It very well may be, as you have said, that it won't work. Okay, I get it, but I think it's important for us to see it tomorrow.
So thank you, Commissioner Goldberg. And can I ask, before we take more questions on this particular issue, it appears that there are some people who want to continue to talk about this issue. We can bring it back up tomorrow, but I would truly like to go to the east side of the city. So unless there's some really important point on this issue that has not already been made repeatedly, can we go to the east side of the city? Commissioner Minato. Commissioner Kanya.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so just so that I'm clear, because I don't have to speak tonight, but so we are going to speak tomorrow about the issue, or we are not?
We'll come back to this issue.
Okay, thank you. I'll withdraw.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Mitchell, was your hand up?
Yes, just to say, I would really like to move on, and I agree with my fellow commissioners Moreno and Diaz on this point.
Yep.
Emphatic.
Commissioner Kanya?
I would like to move on as well, but I would like to be able to see the maps tomorrow.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we will do all we can with it in the time allotted in the staff. Yes, Commissioner Barrett.
I just would like to make a correction with respect to Commissioner Goldberg. I have not yet recommended or am not yet suggesting that we make this move. I merely want us to look at it thoroughly and be presented back by staff. And then I may choose to move forward with it, and I may choose not to move forward with it. But I definitely will come forward with a motion around numbering 4-2 and 2-4.
Okay, so.
And I apologize. I misspoke. I didn't mean to misstate what you said. I apologize.
Okay, so let's move to the east side of the city, please. So
before we do that, I'm wondering if we could take up quickly Los Feliz and Griffith Park.
That is exactly where we're going, Commissioner.
Excellent.
Commissioner Frank, I think that we had talked about this as an issue that we would return to once we took up the east side of the city. So do you want to start there?
Yes, Chair. Shall we start with Lincoln Heights or Chinatown? Paul, can you bring up the map as they join each other?
I'm sorry. Frank, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking Paul if he can bring up the map as Chinatown and Lincoln Heights are joining.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I was just trying to make sure I undid my changes, but I'll come back and undo those later tonight. But I will be able to create a atlas of kind of freeze where we were a few moments ago. Alrighty.
Paul, we recall that the issue is an opportunity consistent with voluminous public testimony regarding uniting Lincoln Heights, El Serrano, and Boyle Heights in Council District 14, that because of population matters, it would be extremely difficult to move all of Lincoln Heights. But I think the question is how much of Lincoln Heights can be reallocated to Council District 14, and what might some solutions in terms of population trade-off be?
So your second part first, are you thinking a swap potentially taking some more of Lincoln Heights into 14 and in exchange unifying the Chinatown area? That was some testimony about that earlier.
Yes, the opportunity to continue to resolve the Chinatown issue. Moving it, I believe, down to the freeway. That allocates population from 14 to 1 and provides a little more breathing space to unify more of Lincoln Heights with El Sereno and Boyle Heights. At least to some degree.
And since it was part of an earlier conversation, one of the things that we can keep an eye on is both these districts right now. 14 is at 54% citizen voting age population Latino. 1 is at 53% as I'm starting to select. There could be some changes here. And I'm going to go at this from the approach of trying to see population. So right now about 5,200. I've now made 1 underpopulated by more than 6%. Remember, our ceiling on the underpopulation is more around 4%, 4 to 4.5% because of the districts on the east side. So I can go, I can do something like this and then try to offset it with the Chinatown piece as well. So if we did something like this, and again, the shape of this could change. I was simply trying to go for something as a quantity. Now I can swap this and go the other direction and see about making Chinatown, this Chinatown Neighborhood Council area. So this roughly puts both districts at 3% under. I'm just trying to make a little cleanup here. The excitement of live line drawing. So this is something that would balance in terms of population. So we're making that whole and we're putting a little bit more of Lincoln Heights into the district with El Sereno and Boyle Heights. Then the effect of this is that the District 1 is now at 51.9% CVLAP Latino. In District 14 is at 55.1. So District 14 got a tiny bit more CVAP Latino through that process.
And CD1's existing Latino CVAP is 51.9, as I recall. So that looks like a net no change in that particular regard. Now, let me ask if there are commissioners in the affected area from Region 2 who might have some ideas in additional opportunities to move more of Lincoln Heights together with Boyle Heights and El Sereno, consistent with public testimony, and where some trade-offs might be.
Commissioner Brennis, I see.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Frank and Paul, for your work on this. As was mentioned, it is consistent with public testimony as it relates to uniting the historic East Side neighborhoods. It doesn't go all the way, but it does get us closer. So I wanted to affirm that, as well as, I think these changes are very consistent with what we've heard from stakeholders from Chinatown about uniting their neighborhoods and cultural landmarks within SD1. So that's all consistent, and I wanted to affirm that. Thirdly, and I know, we have the challenges with population deviations, but I also wanted to validate and uplift the public comments we have heard from residents of Highland Park in terms of remaining within their respective lines as they exist right now. So I would ask if tomorrow we can come back and look at all those three pieces and see what we can do to honor those three areas of public commentary that we have heard, along with, our parameters around population deviation.
Commissioner Moreno and Commissioner Diaz and Commissioner Polanco.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is just a question for Paul, since I just want to know what the streets that are making the demarcation between 14 and 1. Is it Broadway or Main Street, or, and I can't tell from the map, it's kind of small.
I think it's
Yeah.
Main Street.
Main Street? Okay, so east of Main Street would be 14, west of Main Street would be 1.
Okay.
Well, it's worth it to
Way
pull
around.
it back up.
Paul,
I'm sorry,
can you pull it up?
I misstated that. So Main Street would be the demarcation principally.
Let's see, because Main Street is the southern boundary here.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
correct.
Southern.
We
okay.
didn't adjust that. We just pulled this back to Hancock. This
Mhm.
was, somewhere around here originally near Mission Road, and we pulled it back to Hancock.
Yeah,
Okay,
So this triangle is what we brought in.
right. Okay, that's fine.
Commissioner Polanco.
No, I think as we're in this particular region, I just want to echo the points that Commissioner Brenes makes with regards to the Highland Park. There's also the Legion Valley issue that had been raised. And
Yep.
so do we want to
Let's
go there? Do we want to stay with?
I want to stay with this and make sure that I want to try to bring some closure to it so we can move on with some closure. Commissioner Diaz, is this to this point?
I support the unification of Chinatown. I think that's an important historical community, but also an important community of interest. And they have had a resounding way of engaging with this body. I also support thinking through how we can have more of Lincoln Heights with El Sereno Boyle Heights, and ultimately recognizing the population issues there. The other thing is that we have heard a lot from Highland Park about returning the lines to current city council district lines. So the tiny homes, York Boulevard, I'd like that to be part of the package. Final thing on this side that we've been hearing is the LA River is the boundary for Glass L instead of San Fernando Road.
So, Commissioner Friedberg.
Yes, I was actually, thank you for that, Commissioner Diaz. I was going to mention it's actually Cypress Park that mentioned that their boundary should be down to the LA River, not at San Fernando Road, and that they'd like to be united. So I'd like to make sure that we do that.
Okay, so Paul, can you go back? Because I must admit that as the chair, I'm getting a little bit confused about what we're doing here in total. So can we go back, Paul, and explain what we've done thus far?
So on the east side only, we just made a swap. We took in this triangle here of Lincoln Heights.
Right.
And in exchange for that, we took in this population here of Chinatown back into one. So it was a 1-to-1 swap. Now both districts are about evenly underpopulated at around 3.5% underpopulated. And so we're back in some kind of stasis.
Okay, is there any concerns from commissioners from marking this, and we'll move forward from here? Is there consensus here? Okay. Commissioner Brennish, your hand is still up? Okay.
I was going to ask, are we, in regards to the Highland Park, which is another point of importance that myself and Commissioner Diaz have raised, is that something we can come back to tomorrow, if not today?
We're on it now. What would you like to do with Highland Park? We can be prepared for the discussion tomorrow.
So there have been numerous requests from stakeholders in regards to maintaining the lines as they currently stand.
Right.
So these are the current lines and the green is the lines that we're considering. And I think some of this has to do with population change. This does unify this portion here of Eagle Rock that comes in here that right now is split under the current city lines. But then we cross the boundaries of the current city lines going into Highland Park here. And that's the LA Times neighborhood. This is the neighborhood council.
So the testimony has really been around the Garbanza district and York Boulevard and maintaining that part. And so less so about the peninsula.
So
Depending
York
on
Boulevard
population.
is
Right there.
yeah. I think the challenge is that we would likely need to find a swap because the population here, it doesn't look like that much space, but I think it's kind of densely populated here. That would put us at a 6% underpopulated in District 1, where our ceiling on underpopulation is more at around 4.5% max.
Can you go to the Cypress Park, LaSalle Park, the and bring CD1 to the river instead of San Fernando Road?
That was going to be my suggestion, that little piece.
So let's stay
This
with
right here.
Yep. And that can
Is that
help us
populated?
CD1's population. There's actually some developments there in Sotomayor High School.
And there is population there.
Yes.
Yeah, some
Some, yes.
parks and railroad tracks.
Big housing
And
development though.
townhomes.
There's a housing-
There's a major housing
big
development that was
there.
built at the edge of the park.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's, Paul, if you can draw, let's see if we can draw this and see where it leads us.
Yeah, I'm a little curious to see what kind of population density we have
Yeah.
here.
It's about 300.
We're going on the east side of the river. 964.
Yep.
So we can do that, and that might allow us to retract on this other side. The impact on is not a deviation concern for District 13 in this regard.
And Paul, what does that do to neighborhood council lines?
So I'll escape it real quick. We can look at neighborhood council lines here. So it would unify, it looks like this Greater Cypress Park neighborhood council, and it doesn't touch Atwater Village neighborhood council or Elysian Valley Riverside. So it would unify that neighborhood council. So it might be a good fit in that regard. And give you a little bit of wiggle room here, but not to York, I wouldn't think, but we can try out. We could see what happens.
Let's see what happens with York. I mean, so far, this looks like a very nice outcome, given our principles.
Yeah. Would I guess Commissioner Diaz, since this was something you were discussing, or was it another commissioner that brought this up? Would you like for me to start at York and come across, or try to make the whole thing? Do you want me to take off the top or take off the side?
Start on the east side and go west.
Okay.
So what's most important is what connects right around the 110 freeway down to York.
Okay, so York was
Right there.
yeah, it was there. It is right here, York.
Yep.
Okay, so like this area here.
So yeah, and just move it west to the other green line if you can, to the outer edge of the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council.
Yeah, we'll never get there though. That's the issue. So, if we try to take into 14, like we take York. Sorry. Now we're at about the ceiling for how underpopulated District 1 can get. Right there, we're at 4.5. And we have a district that's at 5.5 over. That's kind of landlocked on the west side. So
Well, let's stop there and consider other options for CD1. I will say that there was overwhelming testimony from Highland Park about this issue.
If I might take this opportunity to remind commissioners that I believe there was a fair amount of testimony regarding York Boulevard to keep both sides of the commercial strip in one district.
That's right.
So to do that, we might go down another census block on this side, because we were following the boulevard itself, which would have meant that you'd have one side of the business like we'd seen before. If we look at the existing council district lines, that's what they did. You can see they came down here. So if we were to do that, sorry. Okay, so it looks like this is a set of split census blocks. So that's something that the council maybe can do. We're not set up to split. That gets done after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
So just like other parts of the map, you know, there are portions where if they want to unify both sides, they split a census block. So it looks like all these along this road. I thought it was curious at first that it looked like they were cutting through the back of cutting through like a supermarket, you know? So that's a split census block.
But that's something that can be addressed by council and normally is, correct?
Yeah, that's Dave Ely.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So do you want to stay with this, Commissioner Diaz or Commissioner Moreno?
I think that we need more time on this, and there needs to be other places for CD1 to meet the Highland Park angle.
Do you have
I
suggestions?
also think that there's a consideration that we can discuss tomorrow. You know, we have the standard deviation for a reason. And so to the extent that a community like CD14, which is so diverse, but also saw widespread population growth in downtown Los Angeles, I believe it was upwards of 55% growth increase between 2010 and 2020. To the extent that we want to respond to the community of interest testimony about having some of Lincoln Heights, some more of Lincoln Heights in, I would be comfortable with the justification as to why CD14 is at 260 or even a little over.
I would also say that there's a small portion of Eagle Rock there that technically is in the neighborhood council, but we haven't really heard much from them. And if CD1 needed that, there's no need to change that line from what it currently is.
Do you want to go to the map, Paul, so we can illustrate Commissioner Friedberg's point?
Commissioner Freeberg, could you help me on that?
Yeah, if you go back into Eagle Rock, that very bottom southeastern corner of Eagle Rock.
Sure.
Fondly referred to by the neighborhood council as the dong, but we could call it the dongle if you prefer.
Yeah, we can avoid that. So this
Probably not
portion
here.
here, um, sorry, let me just,
Yeah, just that southeast.
populate. This is more populated than that other part was the other half of the propeller thing over there at Elysian Valley.
Right, that would be it.
So that is another thing that will allow us to come in further on York Boulevard. So that, and we already did this one. I think independent of all of this conversation, that's probably a good fix anyway. This division of the appendage from Eagle Rock would allow you to come in maybe like to the midpoint here, if you want to try and do that. Chair, would you like for me to just do that and see what happens?
Yeah, please. And Frank, please weigh in here if you see concerns again with any of our principles.
Chair Ali, I just had a question whenever you're ready to get to me.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Barrett. I've noticed your hand. I just want to stay with this.
It's related to what we're doing.
So this gets us, you know, a little bit further, like I mentioned. If we were to go to here, we're pretty maxed out, probably. Yeah, I mean,
Can we make sure that Occidental College is entirely in CD 14?
yeah, let me look. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
Commissioner Friedberg, Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Brenes, Commissioner Polanco, any concerns with these latest moves? And I don't mean to exclude other commissioners, but I'm going to those folks who have been most concentrated in the valley in their thinking, or excuse me, in the east.
I'm not sure if we can do it today, but if Paul, Frank can help us figure out how we expand CD1 population and making sure we look at Latino CBAP as well.
There's also, Paul, do you see that little piece right there of Glassell? Yeah, that can go to CD1.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Commissioner Barrett, immediately after this, I'll go to you.
That's 800 people. I mean, we're inching our way towards this.
Towards what? Towards what, Paul?
Towards being able to maybe get some all the way across York Boulevard.
Okay.
I mean, we're pretty close. I think that when we walk around here, there's all of these boundaries that I don't know how wed everybody is to all of that. It looks like there's some potential closing of this neighborhood council and the Pico Union neighborhood council that could happen potentially to then also, but I don't know if we're going far afield.
I think that's K-Town.
Yes, that is the Koreatown.
Oh yeah, that is
Task
you.
Force.
That's K-Town.
Yeah, I should have.
It'll probably be maybe a little bit of Rampart, if anything, but
Yeah.
I leave it to the region to discuss.
There's also a little bit just south of 3rd Street.
So we have to be careful with 3rd and Beverly for Filipino Town.
Yes. I was just going to mention.
So the Clinic.
But yeah, you're right, Commissioner Friedberg. If we could get that triangle south of 3rd, to the west would be Reno, north of 6th Street.
Do you see it on the screen here that you're talking
Yeah,
over?
I do,
over
the
here?
yellow right there.
Right there,
Commissioner
yeah.
Friedberg, what do you feel about that? That's south of 3rd.
That's fine. Actually, what I would like to do though is the Clinica Romero that we've heard a lot of testimony from and have letters from with hundreds of signatures on is in that area, in that, Paul, if you look at that area between 3rd and Beverly and just over to Alvarado to your right, go further east. Yeah, right there, a little bit further. That next goes south. There. That's where St. Vincent's and the Clinica Romero are.
Right.
So there is one small,
Another very nice outcome if we can get to it.
that would be great. There is a small census tract there, and where with not a large population, or it could be that whole little piece. But then the piece to the west of that, below 3rd Street, could go to CD1.
Okay, so let me just do what I think I'm hearing real quick. Commissioner Diaz seemed to say this area is south of 3rd.
Right.
Then again, wow, that's big. That's 9,000 people. Is that possible?
Highly concentrated, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I have to think that gets us all the way across York if that was the goal with this. I just want to really just clear that out again and do it from scratch.
That would be great. It's a right, and then whatever.
The good thing about this, and I do also want to hear from Commissioners Polanco and Moreno, is that although Lafayette Park technically under this is under Koreatown's community of interest, how they define theirs, there is a lot of similarities between Lafayette Park and MacArthur Park. So this iteration gets more CD1 over there to make that connection.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, Commissioner.
I would concur. I would
Yeah.
concur.
Okay, and Commissioner Friedberg?
Yes.
Okay, so Commissioner Barrett, I don't mean to keep putting you off, but I want to stay with this line of thought.
No, that's okay. I just had one point in clarification, and I wanted to make sure that I understood that if we wanted to keep both sides of York within the same district, that we can't use that we can't actually accomplish that on our own as a commission, but we can get close, and then we can recommend that the council clean up the rest, because the reason we can't is because it requires us to split a census tract, which we're unable to do.
Yeah, it's a fair question. Paul, do you want to
I
explain
just
that?
want to understand through the
So,
process.
the
and
challenge
what
with
has to get
splitting
into our final report.
Yeah, it's Paul, please explain. It's a good
splitting
question.
census blocks isn't technically a hard thing to do, but one of the challenges that when you do it, you then kind of lose kind of confidence in the data all of a sudden, because now we don't know what the actual deviation is. So sometimes there'll be things done administratively to handle those issues. There's ways to kind of do a weighted analysis to determine what the likely population now is of each of the districts, but it's something that wouldn't be advised for us to be doing ourselves, kind of willy-nilly start splitting census blocks. But
I
this
just wanna
does
make
balance
sure-
it. I mean, these changes
Right.
now, both districts are under by 1.3%. And we can do a little walk around to make sure, I checked to make sure that as we were doing that to District 13, that we weren't messing with that deviation. I think that everything in this region now is magically 1.3, 1.3, 1.15.
Except Paul, I think you still have to do that Clinica Romero.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. So where's the Clinica Romero piece? Is that down here where I was doing the
That was down by Alvarado and Beverly.
We're in Alvarado, yeah.
Just south of
third
Beverly.
and
Gotta move it to 13.
It's the
Move it
blue
into 13.
census tract, just south of Hollywood Inn Express South, where you see that. It's
like that
blue-
right there, and Alvarado Street.
That's
this
it.
square, blue and gray.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be the whole thing. It's on the eastern edge of that. So it doesn't have to be that whole section, but that is where it is. So if
Okay.
that's too large a population, you could take just half of that.
So it's not prohibitively large, but it does put us at 3% under for that district. If we were to do
There you go.
just this piece, now we're at, yeah,
Frank, do you have any
2.3.
concerns with just taking part of it?
No, I don't.
Okay.
St. Vincent's is just south of it, so that whatever is along the southeastern edge is what would be great.
This looks right?
No, you don't have it. It's on the southeastern edge.
Okay. Down near the Starbucks?
And it's that whole eastern edge, yeah. But the northwestern edge isn't needed, so it's just.
I see. Well, the northeastern edge is a little bit, yeah, we can.
It's both the clinic and St. Vincent's are on Alvarado.
Okay, is it this one, the H?
No, it's just north of that.
The address is 123 South Alvarado. I don't know if that helps.
This is Altamed right here,
Yeah.
and this is cardiology.
And then
Levine
there you
Medical
are
Group.
right there. There's St. Vincent's.
Where you are right now, where it says House of
St.
Flowers
Vincent's right here.
Dispensary, it's
Right
across the
there,
street.
right there.
Okay,
Nope, it's
is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
no. The clinic is not.
Isn't the clinic on Valley, Commissioner Friedberg,
It's
on Alvarado and Valley?
It's Beverly and Alvarado, basically.
So this looks like Miramar Lake.
So 1 block north of where you're
Valley.
at, Paul.
1 block north of where you're at.
Okay,
Get the Winchell's Donuts.
the Winchell's.
Right there.
Yes.
Yep.
You're on it right there, Paul. There you
Okay.
go. That's it. That is not St. Vincent's though, but that's where the Clinica Romero is.
Great.
Okay, so what's that done to us population wise now, Paul?
We're okay. 3 off by 0.5% in 13, and then still 1.4 in 14. And then if we were to look at District 1, CVAP Latino is at 50.8. And 14 CVAP Latino is at 55.35.
Okay, good. Okay,
Can Paul, you say what is the current line? What is the current CVAP for those districts?
I want to say that Frank was saying it was 51%. Is that correct, Frank?
For
It's
council district,
51.9 for CD1. Right, Frank?
CD1 51.9.
So it comes down to 50.8.
concerns? Okay, so is there consensus on this?
I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Minato, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on York, because I know that there's a big emphasis on York, and I'm very familiar because I live here. So where did you cut on the west side of it? I mean, where did you stop on York? I
We
guess
took it the whole way.
all the way to, so in other words, past the business district.
To Eagle Rock.
Yeah, all the way to Eagle Rock.
Okay, thank you.
And Paul,
I apologize again for sometimes not seeing hands. It's my inability to see color sometimes. So just wave at me if you feel like I'm ignoring you.
Commissioner Brennis was trying to,
Commissioner Brennis, are you?
Yeah. Yes, quick clarifying question. Paul, so the Highland Park lines that we're seeing now are consistent with current lines. That is correct, right?
somewhat. So the Highland Park line along York is consistent, but the existing lines also had this dive in here. I don't know how, if that has been a focus. I don't know if that was more arbitrary or there was a community of interest thing there, but that's how the lines looked in the old lines.
Paul, have we accidentally split there, Herman down in the south?
That little bit there, let me see. Let me just point this out. This portion here that is in 1 is 1,300 people. And then this Herman, 62 people. There might be a little bit of more technical touch-up stuff there. That's 62 people. You want me to just unify that real quick, Frank? Because that probably was just an oversight.
Please, it's one less split. Yes, thank you.
How many people was it?
Mr. Chair?
60 or something?
60, okay, yes, Commissioner Is this on this point, Commissioner Membrano? Commissioner?
The senior center, is the senior center back on the CD 14? The Highland Park Senior Center? Is that part of that little section
Let's see.
in the tiny homes? Is that, has all that been included in the new redrawn?
Senior citizen is Figueroa and York.
Right.
So I think the York move gave us that, Commissioner Membrano, but does somebody want to?
Sorry, let me
Yeah,
look for it.
the senior citizen center is not in.
Oh, it's not in, okay.
No, it's not. It would be south of York
Oh, okay.
on Figueroa.
Yeah. Right.
I think the senior center would very much like to be in CD 14.
Yeah,
Correct.
and the tiny homes, I think, also wanted to be part of CD 14, and
Right,
that's
they're
on
along the
60.
freeway. They're along the freeway.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're in already.
Aaron.
It looks
they're
like it,
already
yeah.
on this. Okay.
Yeah, there would be along the freeway as mentioned by Commissioner Moreno. That's where they're building and storing.
Right.
And
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Membrano, your hand is still up? Okay, so.
The Highland Park Senior Center, by the way, for Fred, is right here. That is in this little inset here that was the old council lines.
Okay,
So if we wanted to move that back into 14, we could.
Please.
we've heard testimony in that regard, I think we should.
Okay, let me see what it does to the
Did I
population.
hear your voice? Commissioner Diaz?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner
Okay.
Membrano about the tiny homes and the senior center.
Okay, thank you.
And as a resident of CD 14, I agree with both of them about those two items.
That's good outcome.
It's kind of a nice place where Fig meets York anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So can we pan back and just take a look at what we've just done?
Sure. So I think the goal that was discussed here initially was a reunification back to the existing council district lines
Right.
at York Boulevard. It is the division of Highland. We had originally made this change in Highland when we were making changes between 14 and 1, maybe 3 or 4 line drawing meetings ago. So now we've rectified that, put that back. In order to do that, we had to make some balancing changes. We made one little connection up here that I think Commissioner Friedberg had found, which was a Glassell Park little connection. There was this reunification of the neighborhood council along the river to the eastern side that had a good amount of population. And then a more significant population here in the Rampart Village area, where we were able to get, from memory, I think maybe around 9,000 people. We then were able to complete this York Boulevard improvement here. After we were done, we came back to this Rampart Village area and went in to identify a clinic or healthcare facility here that we put back into 13. In the end, we find ourselves with deviations in these 3 districts, with District 14 off by less than 1%, District 1 at 3.5% under, and District 13 at over by 0.5%. I think that completes all the changes that we've made in this pass prior to since coming back from the Valley.
And I think we've reduced some splits, if I'm not mistaken.
We did. The executive director identified just visually that we had split the Herman Neighborhood Council probably inadvertently, so we cleaned that up. We made Cypress Park Neighborhood Council whole, or at least completed that area here. And then we did make some small divisions to 2 other neighborhood councils, so a net negative. Small split that was justified here in the Rampart Village Neighborhood Council above the Koreatown line, and a small split of the Westlake North Neighborhood Council in order to put that clinic into District 13 was consistent with public testimony.
And Chinatown. We did Chinatown.
Chinatown was before we went to the Valley. I was just talking about the changes since we came back from the Valley.
I know, we just added in that extra part of Chinatown that makes it whole,
before we went to the Valley, we did a Chinatown fix and the Lincoln Heights fix. Both of those were done
right
Really
earlier.
good and very good point, Commissioner Delgadillo. So there's a lot of positive outcomes here. So I heard a voice. Is that you, Commissioner Diaz?
It is. I just wanted to commend the region for knowing the intricacies, listening to the testimony, and to those watching, we listened to you. And I think that this was really important for our staff to reach out to ensure that we had the right engagement, understanding the contours. But I really appreciated this particular process and line drawing. And I want to say, given our commitment as a commission to recognizing the gaps, purposeful gaps in the 2020 census, the deviation that we're at right now is very comfortable for the regions that we're talking about, and the districts in particular, CD1 and CD14, which had undercount because of the chilling effect.
Yeah. No, I thank you for that, Commissioner Diaz, and want to really commend the commission today for this was very good work. And public line drawing is somewhat tedious, but we demonstrated it can work. So thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, I had my hand up. Just a really quick thing. So Glassell, I do remember some testimony around Glassell being
I'm sorry,
split.
is this Commissioner? Can I have the screen there? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Who was speaking, please?
I was just talking about the very tip of Glassell is split.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. The Glassell is still split. I think there was some testimony from Glassell, a few number of speakers, and it's still split. So I don't know if there's anything that can be done simply, but I just wanted to point that out. And if there's anything we can tweak, just that last bit there, I think it would make it kind of, pretty excellent.
So can we bring back the map, Paul? Thank you for that, Commissioner Renato.
I have looked at that because I know that Glassell would like to be unified. It's quite a large population, though. And one thing that I'm not sure if it would work to do something along these lines, and maybe Paul or Frank have some ideas, but trying to bring all of Glassell into 13 and look at Los Feliz as an option, which was brought up earlier by Commissioner Goldberg. I know that those numbers don't quite equal out, but maybe there are some other things that we could do.
So,
Just
Mr. Chairman,
a lot of population out of CD1.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Polanco.
Yes, I'm very comfortable with the work we've done thus far. I think the natural boundary there of the two freeway in Glendale that separates the Gliselle Park. It's a big population hit, bringing it back into the CD1, if that were to be the case. To go the other way would impact going south. And so for purposes of, I, as one commissioner of this region, I would say this is meeting, I think, our tasks. And I would ask that we let's move forward with what has been recommended thus far. I know that we did hear some testimony regarding Gliselle. The question will be, does it come all into CD1? And if so, then
I think
what happens to yeah.
Commissioner Friedberg, and then Commissioner Goldberg, I see your hand, and then Commissioner Brennis.
I'd like to agree with Commissioner Polanco that I think we've done there've been a lot of moving parts here, and we've made quite some progress, and I would like to move on.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Friedberg. Commissioner Goldberg.
Well, I was hoping that we might go to Los Feliz next.
Yep, we're going to get there.
Okay.
Commissioner Brennis.
I just wanted to concur with my colleagues if we could affirm consensus on the work we've just done in regards to the east side, and then move forward.
So thank you all again for really good work here. So let's go to Los Feliz. I want to ask the group, would you like 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. So let's take, I think that was pretty affirmative. 9:55, we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, so I am back. So I appreciate everyone's continued work here. So let's go to the Los Feliz Griffith Park issue. Frank, do you want to just outline this for us?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, over the last several weeks since K25 has been released for public comment, among the most voluminous areas of commentary and testimony that we've received is a plea to reunify or to keep Griffith Park together with the residents of Los Feliz. And so may I suggest that that is an option before you that has been lifted up by public testimony.
So can we bring up the map? Yes, thank you.
The LA Times neighborhood mapping shows the Griffith Park Los Feliz division. And we have currently District 13 coming across and then down with a finger into Silver Lake onto the other side of the reservoir.
Hello.
Yes, Commissioner Goldberg, I'm going to get to you in a minute. Frank, did you want to just add anything else before I go to Commissioner Goldberg?
No, not at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Goldberg, please.
Yes, we would like to see the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council, Griffith Park, and the Oaks moved from CD 13 into CD 2 or 4.
Commissioner Goldberg, would that include this portion of Hollywood Hills as well?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to just take it and see what the population change would be. And then you guys can have a good informed discussion about it.
Chair, if I can ask a point of clarification.
Please.
I believe the maps are of the LA Times neighborhood, and I think Jackie was the ask for neighborhood councils.
Yes, it was
I'll show
neighborhood
both.
councils. It was definitely the neighborhood council of
Let me
Los
show both
Feliz.
now. Okay, thank you.
And then, so in order to deal with that population, we think the Hollywood flats that are currently in CD 2 or 4 would then go into CD 13. And our estimate is that the population's roughly the same. And by the way, in terms of the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council, we would keep the businesses on the north side of Hollywood Boulevard from Western to Normandy in CD 13 to honor the request by Thai Town to be so treated.
So this would be an after the fact adjustment of splitting the census blocks on the northern portion of Hollywood Boulevard along here and put that into CD 13?
Yes.
Okay. So we can make a note of that if we have a change like this and need to make a notation for the city.
Well, we
So
were
this-
trying to think of population as we looked at this. So that's
Yeah.
how that came up.
So this change right here is 31,000 population. So it creates an 11% total change or total deviation on both sides. And you're looking to maybe swap this out, Commissioner Goldberg, with what next?
the sort of the flats of Hollywood that are currently in CD 2 or 4 to go back to CD 13.
Okay. So we'll put a pin in this real quick. I can't do two at once, so I'm going to put a pin in this. Or would you, Chairman, would you like for me to temporarily make this change and then see what the difference is, or undo this change and then see what the difference is?
Yeah, go ahead and let's see what it looks like.
Okay. So this is what I guess you would consider the flatlands here. And we'd be putting this into 13 from 2 or 4.
Right. And I think the Hollywood United Neighborhood Council to the west of Los Feliz also wanted to be included with the Griffith Park and Los Feliz. At least that's what I got from the testimony that I read the other night.
Sorry, let me log back in.
I think this does two things. And I think it does several things, actually. The Los Feliz Neighborhood Council wanted to be together, and they wanted to be with Griffith Park. Traditionally, under the Labange District 4, it was all together. And also, I think it does because of, the neighborhood, Hollywood United Neighborhood Council says they wanted to be added. I believe what I read in their statement was because of fire reasons and things like that, tourism. They thought that would be good.
So Commissioner Goldberg, this doesn't go so far as to completely address it. You still now have District 13 and under 5 by 5.7 and 2 or 4 at over by 5.25. But I think I can see one small area where we might want to make a balancing change here.
Any suggestions are welcome.
This portion of the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council is currently split in the existing city council district lines. If they were okay with the existing construction of the current districts, then potentially that as a balancing maneuver would be something we could justify as an existing boundary. And I'll just look and see how much it actually gets us.
Can I ask a quick question while you're doing that?
Yeah.
I could be wrong here, and maybe I see your hand up, Commissioner Diaz, as well. But I'm wondering what we're doing the Filipino town with this.
Filipino town is not affected by the changes we made, I don't believe. Isn't that correct?
Filipino town is more like in Temple, Beverly.
Neither historic Filipino town nor Thai town are affected by
Franklin
the
area, right? This, let me look.
And
I think
I just want to make sure.
Charlie, I think it was right here, right? The Western, was it Western? Franklin and Western.
Yes.
So it's,
South
we
of
haven't,
Franklin.
yeah, we haven't done anything to change that.
Okay.
We made changes to the east and west of it both.
Yep.
But where I'm at now, Commissioner Goldberg, is that I was able to make both the changes, and by making that balancing change to match the old council district lines, I'm able to get the deviations of both districts under 4%. So District 13 would be at negative 3.7. District 2 or 4 would be at 3.2 over.
Good.
So I can show you what it looks like. We can review the changes and then discuss.
Should it go a little farther west? The flats I'm
We can
talking
look at
about?
that. we can look at that. It looks like there might be a little bit of populated area there west. Some of these census blocks, you snip them and then all of a sudden you're up into the hills.
Yeah.
I think
So there might
Crescent
be a little bit here we can grab.
Yeah, I think Crescent Heights.
Yeah, what's that canyon land? If that's Laurel Canyon, folks
This
are
is Laurel
gonna
Canyon
not.
Boulevard
The
right here.
Laurel
But
Canyon,
that-
yeah, I think the Laurel Canyon, right? No,
Right.
That's a fire hazard area. I don't think folks are gonna
But this is
want
the
to be
this is the
split along
flatland
that.
part of Laurel Canyon. You know, when you come across the theaters and then you go up that
Oh,
step to
yeah.
the right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Diaz, do you want to get in here?
Yeah, I think one of the most important things is just our standard deviation. Neither the districts that we're looking at right now, the new 2 or 4, and then District 13 had severe undercounts. So that's important. They should actually be closer to 260 absent very compelling testimony.
I'm sorry, CD13 didn't have a significant undercount?
CD13 was less, had a population decline, but your numbers are not in the same situation as say CD8, CD1, or CD14 because of the chilling effect of the Donald Trump census.
So just to
Yeah,
review
we-
this real quick, what we were able to do here was unify Los Feliz and then go west into the flatlands of the Hollywood Hills. Then we came back and kind of undid a little bit of that unification of Los Feliz to follow the existing council district lines in order to create a little better balancing Franklin and Normandy. And then the last thing that was discussed that I want to make sure that maybe Harit or others can take note of this, since they'll be communicating to the city council at some point, that this Hollywood Boulevard division is with the understanding that the both sides of Hollywood Boulevard would eventually be put into Council District 13.
Yes,
think that
because that's something I think that the Town people wanted very much, and so I think that's a good idea as well.
The other thing about this that needs to be taken into account is the Silver Lake Reservoirs Conservancy has asked that the reservoir be divided between the 2 districts, and that's really important. They have huge projects planned over the next 5 to 10 years, and this is a decision that was made years ago between the 2 council districts to share the responsibility for the reservoir, and the Silver Lake Reservoirs Conservancy wants to continue working with both districts that way. So that is something else that I don't know if you can do here, Paul. If you can, that would be great, but to have the reservoir in both districts has been, we've been told that that's something they really want.
I'll just look real quick at the census architecture here. I'm thinking this is probably one census block. So there's that census block, which is fully engulfing the reservoir, and then that census block. So that would have to stay a whole unit without splitting the census blocks. So if the decision was to split a census block to put a portion of the Silver Lake Reservoir in the other district, it would not impact like the shape of a precinct boundary or have any other impact that's meaningful other than being able to say it, you know?
Right. What would putting the line back to the existing line do? Because right now I think it's including the hills west of the reservoir. I'm not sure what the population is
Yeah,
there.
so the existing line cuts across that census block and then comes back here. It is quite a bit of population, I think, in those hills.
Would that make the difference up for that other little block that you said was part of the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council that's to the west of that?
We're talking about going in opposite directions here,
Right.
I think. So if we were to leave it like that, that additional bit,
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
that's 3,000 people. And it widens the deviation, not narrowing it.
Okay.
Can I just get quick clarification about how far up Laurel Canyon we would be going with that
Sure.
little addition that we had there?
It's funny because you just think of driving this, huh?
Mhm.
I think
So
of
there's
driving it
Sunset
during fire
Boulevard.
season.
So Sunset Boulevard, movie theater, Laurel Canyon, and then that first little dive into Hollywood Boulevard right there. So you're not even up into where, like,
It's before the main light, before that Olympic development, that private
yeah.
development.
Yeah. So it's before you get into the actual twisty
Fire
Laurel
territory.
Canyon Road. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know we heard testimony and concern with climate change of folks wanting to make sure that they can manage that emergency. So thank you.
Yeah.
So, Paul, as I've asked you a couple times today, can you pan back and just sort of, so we
Sure.
can all sort of visualize and understand what we've done here?
Sure. So the conversation started with Los Feliz Boulevard. The current K25 splits the Los Feliz Boulevard line right here. Gosh, I'm blanking on the name of the street.
Los Feliz Boulevard.
It's on Los Feliz Boulevard. There we're right. So it currently follows Los Feliz Boulevard with that portion going into 13, and then the hillsides in Griffith Park going into 2 or 4. We unified that, which created about 11.5% deviation. We then sought to balance it, and Commissioner Goldberg correctly noted that there was population in this flatland area of in the Hollywood Hills Neighborhood Council. We didn't take any of this northern portion that was already there, but we went across here towards the west. It got us close, but then we made up the rest of it by backtracing a little bit on this Los Feliz Neighborhood Council, utilizing the current city council district lines. We accomplished all of those things and then had some discussions, but no actual change around the reservoir. And right now we're at a point where our district is 13 is underpopulated by 3%, 2 or 4 is overpopulated by 2.6%. And those are both kind of well within the comfort range of other districts throughout the region, and it doesn't affect our total deviation.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
So,
Chair Ali, just a question while we're in C13.
Can we pan back off the map for a second?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I can see the room. Was that you, Michelle?
Yes.
Commissioner Pritchard? Yes.
So yes, I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but we've had lots of public testimony around Melrose, the Melrose Corridor Mid-City West Neighborhood Council, which currently is placed in CD 13 at the southern end, and has expressed a wish to come back down into CD 5 with other communities that they have been with historically. So I don't know if we want to look at that now while we are in CD 13 or at another point, but just noting it.
I also have concerns about Melrose, but it's a very large population. And I know CD5 has a lot of population, so
yeah.
I would like to make them happy.
One possibility may be when we look at moving Little Ethiopia further south into what I think is CD10, that might create some room, but I don't know if we want to get into all that right now. But Melrose, we've had lots of outcry around that.
Yeah, my concern there, and Paul, maybe you can speak to this, or Frank, is I'm sympathetic to your sentiment about Melrose, Commissioner Pritchard. We've heard a lot of testimony My concern is population. It's a big population. So I don't know, Paul, if you want to talk to that.
Yeah, the issue with the Melrose piece is that that issue of rebalancing. I think we've had some really good examples today of being able to identify a desire to change something on one side of a district, and then going around and finding other ways to make that possible with some rebalancing, and then utilizing community of interest testimony to support that rebalancing. So I think we've done that about 3 times here in the last couple hours. The Melrose portion, we got ourselves into this situation with this Melrose portion when we were trying to balance population 7, 8 meetings ago. And we had a split in the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council boundaries. And so in order to try to relieve that while still making populations work, we decided to bring in the northern portion of Melrose Boulevard into 13. Later, maybe about 3 meetings ago, we sought to address that unification of both sides of Melrose Boulevard. And the path we took was to make this deeper, to make this portion of Melrose Boulevard go further down, taking from District 5 and putting into District 13. Now, when we compare this type of change to other changes that we've made tonight, you could see that, taking as an example this portion of 13, this Melrose portion, taking this Melrose portion into 5, that is 10,000 people. The challenge is, how do you take that into 5 and then rebalance? So if you're going to take that into 5, there doesn't seem to be a desire to break the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council to balance that back out, nor to break through into Koreatown to balance that back out. Hasn't seemed like there's a lot of desire to break into District 10 and make a 10,000 population shift anywhere along this line. While we could potentially look at doing some changes between Districts 5 and 11, note District 5 is already at 5.28 over, so it's not it doesn't have anything to give essentially, without having us get into problems with the entire architecture of the plan and the total plan deviation. The only place to make changes then up here would be the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, and an iteration of our K plan, maybe again 5 hearings ago or so, had this boundary coming back and even coming down into the foothills of Bel Air. And I think that the concerns raised by the public about unifying this and fire concerns and other things caused the commission to want to kind of hold this line. So I'm happy to do any line drawing. I'm here to do that. But that kind of encapsulates the history and the challenges with trying to create this fix. It's sometimes, especially if we've made a lot of decisions around the map, sometimes in the middle of the map, when you want to move something, that it becomes problematic.
No, thank you for that recap, which I think is really accurate. I don't guess we pick up enough population when we make this potential change, or maybe that would be something to look at, Paul, as you do the Little Ethiopia revision that we started off with this evening. I don't know if it's enough.
The challenge is that we can make changes in 13.1 and 14 that don't deal with the fact that 5 can't be over by 8.5%.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And unless there's a willingness to come back into Bel Air and Westwood this direction, or a willingness to, but again, even this District 10 doesn't have deviation to give, you know?
Yeah.
So now we know why CD4 came down around West Hollywood the way it did and came so far south. Is there any possibility of bringing the district now, the district formerly known as 4, now known as 2 or 4, down around West Hollywood on the eastern side.
Taking it into this here.
That's going the opposite direction.
No, on
though.
the eastern side.
That's going the opposite direction. Yeah, that's going the opposite direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Yeah. That one's going to take a lot more brain cells than I think we all have at this time of night to deal with. So I think.
Yeah, I was going to suggest
think
maybe
about
that
it.
should be on tomorrow's agenda because this
Yeah.
looks pretty complicated to me.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
So I think this last configuration makes good sense. It's consistent with community of interest testimony. I'm sensing there's general consensus with the commission around this configuration. Did I see a hand go up? Commissioner Moreno, was that you? Or Commissioner Katz, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right, Mr. Chair. I just want to check with Paul and Frank, because I agree with and identify with Rocky's last statement about brain cells at this point. But is this creating any ripples that we have to be aware of in the immediate area or in the directions that this is moving? Either Paul or Frank.
Commissioner Katz, may I ask if you're referring to the Griffith Park Hollywood Lowlands trade-off, or if you're referring to the Melrose conundrum?
I was talking about Los Feliz and Griffith, more than Melrose at this point. Because I know Melrose does have ripples, I think.
Melrose has considerable ripples. The Griffith Park Hollywood trade-off, Paul's analysis suggests that it's an even population shift, roughly.
Okay.
Paul, is that correct?
Yeah, it's encapsulated only within those two changes. It didn't create like a 3-district rotation kind of thing like we have seen in other places.
How many bodies did it move and what's the trade roughly?
Roughly about 10,000 each way, right?
Similar kinds of constituencies?
We'll probably have to take deeper look at that to really examine the kind of renter percentage or income socioeconomic elements of those two different changes. But neither of these districts are districts that were really being focused on with that citizen voting age population numbers or anything like that. So it doesn't affect those kind of things.
Okay.
Commissioner Katz, do you have another question or comment?
Not yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So it is 10:23, and I think we've made good progress on the east side. I think this last configuration, I sense, again, as I said, it's consistent with COI testimony. I think, Paul, we've eliminated some splits here again.
Yes and no. I mean, we did bring Los Feliz down, but then we did maintain the existing split that was already there based on the city council. The Hollywood Hills split is already existing as part of that Filipino or Thai town area. It just changed that division. So we didn't actually get any +1 or -1 on that. It was holding things fairly constant.
Mm-hmm.
Los Feliz might feel as though that they got reunified, but it was not technically a reduced split.
So, okay. So, Paul, do you want to review what adjustments you've made on the map tonight, looking at the map writ large?
Sure. So let me go ahead and Frank has got a mind for this too. So I'll go through and then Frank can clean up for me on anything I miss. I think we started this evening looking first at the area around. Did we first do Lake Balboa or did we come here first? I don't remember if we did which one we did first, but we did Lincoln Heights.
Lake Balboa.
We did Lake Balboa first.
We did
Okay,
Lake
we did
Balboa first, yeah.
So, okay, yeah. So first we came in here to the Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council and dealt with the Sepulveda Basin. We made this change, which is a sizable footprint, but really only about 50 people or so, going into and reunifying Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council and moving the Sepulveda Basin into the 402. Then we came over and looked at Lincoln Heights and the ability to put more of Lincoln Heights in with El Sereno and Boyle Heights. That change necessitated some balancing, but fortunately we had also had a significant amount of community input asking for a reunification of the entirety of the Chinatown neighborhood, Historic Cultural North Neighborhood Council. So we were able to completely make that whole and change this Lincoln Heights division. We then went back to the Valley and we did some work to try to explore some changes in Canoga Park and Winnetka coming into the Woodland Hills Warner Center Neighborhood Council with a balancing swap of the Poso, Sherman Oaks, Valley Village into 402. Once we were done with that, I actually saved out a shapefile of that so I can create an atlas just of that for those who are interested. But that won't be a new lettered plan. That'll just be something for people to look at if it wants to come back for tomorrow.
And
Back
Paul,
here.
Paul, can I just suggest that please do that, and so commissioners can come in ready to discuss it.
I'll get that to Ariana tonight.
Yeah.
So then we came back in here, and I think the driving force was some conversation about the boundary in Highland Park. I think initially it seemed like a little bit of a heavy lift, but then we tackled some small amendments with this Glassell Park, putting that back in, unifying this greater Cypress Park Neighborhood Council, coming into the Rampart area where very densely populated, small but densely populated area was able to get us a population change. We went back and made that improvement here to follow York Boulevard, cleaning up the entirety of this portion that was cut in. And then after the fact, we came back to Westlake North Neighborhood Council and addressed an issue of a clinic or health facility that wanted to be in Council District 13. As that was done, we also, through the course of that work, identified a location here. Was a senior center, a seniors facility of some kind. Highland Park Adult Senior Citizen Center, to put that back into 14. And Frank, with his eagle eye, saw that we had a small kind of incidental or kind of technical line change that we had to make there to reunify the Herman Neighborhood Council. Once we were done with that, we came back to something that was discussed at the beginning that we would get to, which was the idea of considering making Los Feliz whole in the District 2 or 4. We had first tackled the entirety of Los Feliz into District 2 or 4. That created about 11.5% over for 2 or 4 and under for 13. We then came across Commissioner Goldberg's suggestion to take in the flatlands of Hollywood Hills. That didn't get us entirely there. We still had a pretty high deviation, around 6, but then backtraced here to this Los Feliz portion to clean that up, getting it to a point where we were at around a 3% under, 2.5% over for these two districts, which is, a fairly consistent size and consistent with most of the plan to have that kind of a deviation. We still, Cheryl, one of the first things you said we were going to try to address that we haven't, I don't know if we can do this tonight still, was you wanted to look at the total plan deviation.
Yeah.
Right now, our total plan deviation is at just about 11%. So outside of the standard 10% range that Harit would tell us is the kind of under 10% range that we want to have in order to avoid any legal concerns. The reason that we have the higher deviation is twofold. One is District 11, the way it's constructed, the way that we've unified this Mar Vista Neighborhood Council, and not crossing over into District 8 along that 63rd Street corridor. This district is at 5.28 over, and we probably have to think of that as a pretty fixed element. There's not a lot of places we're not up against a wall there. But we ran into trouble as we were drawing District 6 on Saturday, and we found ourselves at under by 5.5%. And we never came in to kind of do a little cleanup or fix that. I think there were some discussions about the North Hills East Neighborhood Council and whether or not something could be done there. I think we just basically paused on Saturday with that known deviation that was too large. So based on the notes that you had at the beginning, Fred, that you were reading off like your goals for the evening, I think that's the one checkbox that I think is still to be done.
Yeah, I agree. And there's the minor, so I think, and Commissioner Vermont, I see your hand up, but I think I would like to start tomorrow with an overview of where we are with deviation and address that. We have the issue that Commissioner Barrett brought up that we need to go back to.
One other question, Chair Ali, at the beginning of the night, we also had a vote in the South regarding the assets. And can you remind me what the outcome of that vote was? Because it seemed like with all the abstentions and that stuff, I couldn't really follow.
Commissioner Shaw, do you want to explain what you did?
Well, we moved USC and Exposition Park into CD8.
So, Commissioner
just
Charlie,
the,
should we do
the
that?
Assets, just the assets, no population, I don't think.
No, there'll have to be a population to get there. But Charlie, is that something that we want to facilitate since a vote was taken to do it?
Yes, I think that should be put on the map, and it has to be part of the overall discussion because there is some population impact there.
There's one other thing, Chair. I don't know if that was resolved. The little pocket regarding Ladera.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Was that this evening or?
No, that was.
No, that's just something to look at tomorrow.
Yeah, that was 1 or 2 meetings ago. And I think we had, when we first looked at it, Commissioner Shaw, the population impact seemed pretty significant, but we can take a quick look at that tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to refer to the letter that we received where it said the population was only 600. So I don't know.
Oh, I remember that part. Yeah.
Yeah,
we
remember that?
already. Didn't we look at it the other night? We guess we can come back to it. Sure.
We can come back tomorrow.
So if we were to look at something like this, we're talking about the Coliseum and the museum, I presume, right? Commissioner Shaw?
Yes. Yes.
And then the university itself,
Yes.
which obviously has student housing and so on. I don't think you want frat row and all those things.
No.
They're just trouble. This over here on the other side of the university is simply like a Denny's and Residence Inn and that kind of stuff. Do you want us to go and grab that or?
No.
Okay, so this right here would be 4,854 people.
Mm-hmm.
It would be within our deviation. It doesn't create a big challenge there. One District 9 would be under by 3.7. The other would be over by 1%.
Okay.
Now, Commissioner Shaw, if at a future point we need to look more closely at this other stuff, we can work with the chair to figure out if there's like the shrine or anything else that we need to adjust for. This USC Village is across the street from the campus.
No.
Okay, then we're good.
Okay,
Commissioner Anderson has his hand raised. I don't know if you could see
yes,
it.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Paul, when you draw that, can you report to us tomorrow what the CVAP is? Does that change? What
I
is
can
the,
tell you that right now, yeah. So the CVAP in district number 8 is 39.08% Latino and 51.48% Black in District 8. And then in District 9, it is 24.98% Black and 65.63% Latino.
Okay.
Okay,
And what is it currently?
52.5 Black CVAP and CD8, Commissioner. So
And
it goes-
CD9?
I don't recall. In CD1,
Not CD1, CD9.
Black CVAP is
24/7.
24/7. Thank you. You got to it before I did.
And it only goes to 24.98. It's 0.2% difference.
Okay, thank you.
So Commissioner Vermont, I wanted to go back to you because you had your hand up. Was that your question?
My question was about making sure that the changes that we voted on, but also when we do our final mapping, I would like us to be on record that we did have a vote that some of us recommended that the assets be split.
Mhm. Yep. So Commissioner Barrett? Commissioner Barrett?
Sorry, tired, forgot to unmute.
Commissioner, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In terms of going into tomorrow night and revisiting the valley, I know at what point that there was a map that had been publicly submitted in the correct timing through proper protocols. Map 57666. And I just don't recall whether we ever got an opinion from staff about that map.
It did not come in time.
Oh, got
by the
it.
October 1st deadline. It was.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's.
Okay.
And
So
that's what I
south.
tried to point out earlier. I want to be fair
Yeah.
about that because we had other maps come in as well, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to get clarification on the record of whether that had come in on time or not. And if it's not on time, then that's what it
Commissioner
is.
Torres?
Thank you, Chair. Since District 6 is so heavily underpopulated, is there a way, I mean, it sounds like we'll address this at tomorrow night's meeting, but is there a way to either make available some possibilities of changes or sort of have that information ready and available both for the public to sort of weigh in as well as for us as commissioners to kind of be prepped and ready to look at those? Because I know we have a long list of issues to address. So is there a way to kind of either receive the map in beforehand so that we can just review it and look at it as possibilities, or something so that when we walk in tomorrow evening, we're prepared to address it?
I mean, it's all a matter of time, Commissioner Torres, and we can try our best to develop some alternatives, but we're, I don't know, Frank, I saw you nodding your head.
Yes, I believe within Paul and my analysis of how to tighten the deviation in a responsible way, that some options to relieve the issue of underpopulation, the very important currently underpopulation of Council District 6, Commissioner, can be afforded tomorrow. That will be afforded tomorrow.
Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz?
I just wanted to point out that Commissioner Barrett, the map that you mentioned, 57666, doesn't do what you had intended to do about the Warner Center asset. So I don't know if you've looked closely at that.
Yes, I have. I'm just trying to figure out ways to find some solutions that can get us to a good goal.
Commissioner Mitchell? Okay. So again, I would like to start off tomorrow with an overview of where we are with deviation. Obviously that's going to necessitate a look at Council District 6, given the underpopulation there. We have some minor things. I don't mean to say minor, not important, but we have the Little Ethiopia question that we asked staff to come back and give us some suggestions for Ladera Heights in the same area. And I don't know if there's other areas that quickly people want to mention, or I think it's getting time for all of us to go to bed and come back fresh tomorrow evening. Okay, so why don't we do that? Why don't we bring this discussion to a close? Again, I want to thank the commissioners for really good work tonight. We accomplished a lot.
Before we totally close, do you want to take disclosure of ex parte again?
I am getting there.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah. I think there was one more thing I was going to say, but now I've forgotten it. So probably better that I forgot it. So yes, let's ask for disclosures of ex parte communications. Commissioner Diaz.
Today, October 18th at 6:15 p.m., Jeremy Oberstein from Mr. Galperin's office responded to my request for the data based on demographics, housing, et cetera, saying that the department does not have the bandwidth to put it together right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Diaz. Any other disclosures? I don't think I'm seeing any. Okay, so I would certainly entertain a reminder. We start again at 6 o'clock. I'm not planning on again more than 45 minutes of testimony, so we can, I would really like to bring as much closure as possible so we can get a map prepared and for presentation as a final map by Thursday. So that's the goal here. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night. Have a good night. Stay safe.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody. Thank
Staff
you.
who still has a lot of work to do. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank you,
to
staff.
support staff.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks
Thank
to
you
our
all the members of the
translators and
public.
closed captioners and all of those folks. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody.
LD, let us know when you got it.
I've got it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
That's going to be K25 amended 3, right, Ariana?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll get that to you in a minute.